హలో చేయలే చేయలే మరి
lighting of lamp.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity, as sunlight expels the darkness of might. Similarly, blessing bring in our life prosperity and happiness. I request all the dignitaries, chief guest and provost to come for the lighting of lamp ceremony.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिः परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीप नमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्थं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्थं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च गतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवे
A famous quote of Mark Twain reminds me of the purpose of life. The two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. We all believe that we all have a function, a purpose, a job to do in this life. We all have unique talents which lend themselves to specific tasks towards the purpose of life. A very blissful morning to the assembly of distinguished guests, members of management, most prized delegates, and valued audience. I, Shwatlina Mishra, on behalf of Centurion University of Technology Management, welcome you to the Provost Research Award 2022. Now I request today's chief guest and provost to share the dais. So please. Respected Vice President, Professor D.N. Rao, sir, Provost, and Chief Guest of the award ceremony. Today, we are indeed honored to have an inspiring personality, Professor N. Sundararajan, with us as Chief Guest of the award ceremony. Professor Sundararajan received the BE degree in electrical engineering with first-class honors from the University of Madras in 1996. The MTech degree from the Indian Institute of Technology, 1966. Yeah, sorry. The MTech degree from the Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai in 1968, and the PhD degree in electrical engineering from the University of Illinois at Urbana in 1971. From 1971 till 1991, he was working in different capacities in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Trivandrum, India, of Indian Space Research Organization. Starting as a control system designer to director, launch vehicle design group, contributing to the design and development of the Indian satellite launch vehicles SLV-3, ASLV, PSLV, and GSLV. He worked as a project engineer for the first India satellite launch vehicle project SLV-3, team working directly under Dr. Kalam. From 1991, he worked as a professor in the School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and retired from that position in July 2010. He was also a National Research Council Research Associate at NASA in 1974 and Senior NRC Research Associate at NASA, Hampton, VA during 1981 to 1986. He has published more than 250 papers and written 6 books in the field of computational intelligence and neural networks. He is a life fellow of IEEE, a life fellow of the Indian Institution of Engineers, Singapore, and an associate fellow of American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. I extend a hearty welcome to our chief guest with a huge round of applause. It's my pleasure to welcome Reverend Professor Dr. Radhakant Padi, Provost, Centurion University of Technology and Management, and Professor at the Center for Cyber Physical System, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Professor Dr. Radhakant Padi, who has been there in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So I extend a warm welcome to this event with a great round of applause, of course. I welcome Vice President Professor D.N. Rao, who is present online, Centurion University of Technology and Management. Now I request Honorable Provost Dr. Radhakant Padi, sir, to present. I request, Honorable Vice President, sir, to present the opening address to the gathering. Sir, please.
Yeah, good morning, Honorary Provost Dr. Radhakant Padi, Chief Guest Professor Sundararajan, and all the faculty and senior professors, all those who are going to receive the awards and also part of this ceremony. I'm very happy to be part of this, even though it's online. I wish I would have been there physically, but I've been there just in all these campuses just recently and just returned back to Vizag. So again, there was also a program in Delhi, which of course got cancelled in the last moment. I would not like to take too much time because I think you're all waiting for both Professor Padi's and Professor Sundararajan's address. And I've been talking, of course, anyway, most of the time to you. So congratulations to all those who have won this second round of Provost Awards. I'm sure Professor Padi is first round and has actually brought in that kind of competitive spirit, which is required for all of you to kind of, apply yourself to the kind of categories that he has announced. And also, I would like others also who have tried this time and not succeeded, best of luck next time. As I said, when we gave the last awards, that now Centurion awards are going to be continuous. So you all know that by end of this year, again, there is faculty awards. Then there's again in January 26, there are some awards. And Professor Paddy's again, Provost awards will come up again by next August. So every year, whoever is performing obviously has something to kind of receive or to be recognized. So please do take it in that spirit and keep trying, right? Okay. So best of luck to those who have tried and not made it. And congratulations to all those who have won. Congratulations to all those who also won last time. I know that there's a 3-year bar, but otherwise some of you would have won. That's also giving an opportunity to others to kind of, get the award. And I hope this will inculcate a spirit of research and product development in Centurion. And this will encourage, you know that Centurion research journey has been very, very recent. We have been only perhaps, from 2020, we started focusing on it. So it's only a 3-year or a 2-year journey, so to say. We have achieved quite a lot in this in terms of publications and products and all that. But I said, as a university, we are young, as well as a research university, our research output is also very young. And I would thank Professor Paddy as the provost to bring in this culture. Otherwise, I don't think we were focused very much on this R&D. So I would definitely thank him for adding this whole element to Centurion, being accepting to be a provost, honorary provost, and then adding this whole element to this. Okay. Thank you very much. And I hope you'll have a good day coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence in the event. Now I request Honorable Provost Dr. Radhakanta Pari, sir, to present the address to the gathering.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and a very good, happy Teachers' Day. Okay, so all of us have at least one day reserved in the entire calendar year where you can feel proud about ourselves, right? Isn't it? So that is where I think it's not only feeling proud, but also it's time to kind of introspect a little bit, and then also talk about how to move forward, how to assess forward, and things like that. And I also strongly believe that we choose a profession of this teachership and all that, not because we are not getting any other job, but because we really love this job, right? We like to excel in ourselves. Remember, there was a discussion in IIC some time back that in senior professor level, somebody told that, okay, so if you are doing so many publications, fine, fantastic. But let's say tomorrow there is a world convention which allows you or rather enforces you not to put your name. Okay. Publications, we are fine, no problem, but your name will not be visible. How many of you really publish? Okay, can I get a little bit hand here? How many of you really publish? Your name is not there in the public. Okay, you are contributing to this world knowledge, right? Isn't it? Knowledge is fine, you are contributing to that, but your name is not there. How many of you really publish? Nobody, not even the award winners. See, this is the status, right? So the question is like, as we go forward, if you move forward, what we really need or really strive for is our own names, right? Isn't it? It's not the name of the founder or not name of the university or something. That comes along with that. Okay, so we are actually working for our IP generation for our own benefit. That is the first thing we should realize actually. Second thing is, as we move forward, there are so much of IP generation already happened that, believe me or not, your teaching is not required at all. Okay, it will happen actually. Okay, there is all that you will be required to do is just form a syllabus, form the lecture schedule, what are the topics, and then leave a table where they can think about like giving some links and all that, right? There's so much of information available. Okay, fine. We'll come to that anyway. Don't worry about that. You just need a little presentation. Okay, there's so much of things that happen anyway. So that is what it is. So let us all gear up towards IP generation. And IP generation will be in the form of publication, patents, the products, whatever it is, that kind of thing. teaching requirement will be pretty minimal actually. Okay, so you will be required for only tutorial classes or probably only paper corrections, things like that. Okay. So those of us who do not enjoy this process of IP creation, in other words, publication patents and things like that, you rather, those of you are still young, you rather find a different profession actually. Okay. So it's not a choice anymore. That's what I'm telling. So those of you are under the impression that, okay, I'll teach for life and then I'll survive here. Somehow it will not happen. Okay. See, I mean, you'll be surprised at that point of time. And if you are not ready right now, nobody at that point of time will take you either. Right? Right, your diminishing happens, right? As grows and more, then obviously we will not have that kind of flexibility anymore actually. So we rather be ready for all that, and with very good ecosystem that you're having in Centurion. I keep on telling it's very good to be here all the time, all among yourself again and again. Some of you are probably new, so most of you probably see me many times already basically. But I kind of proudly say that the ecosystem that you have in the sense of what you do or what you teach is what you practice or what you generate, actually, right? So this kind of ecosystem is not there in many IITs. I can really categorically say that basically. Many IITs, forget about the state colleges and all that. So what you have here is something that you should grab in both ends, basically. But having said that, that is the process. All of you know, all of you are aware of it, and that is why we actually started this idea of having at least one event that I could do some whatever little minimum capability sense. So that one day in a year, probably some few people will see who is doing what actually, right? That way. So this is why we started. When I say, and that's coincidentally same year itself, when I accepted this little formal, informal, whatever you can say, little formal position. That point of time, there was this research center initiative, same year itself, right? So it actually gels very well, even though undue credit is given to me, rather, it is not really, there's two coincident things really happens together in some sense, basically. But anyway, so this was the idea. Those of you are, how many are new faculties joined within last 2-3 years? There are some, okay, oh, plenty, okay. So this is where some of those people who could have seen something, but otherwise, there is also a little bit of controversy about this award. I can also kind of sense that basically, okay. Because controversy in the sense, obviously, those people who do not get for whatever reason, they think it is unfair, okay. Those people who think who have got it, they are fair, extremely fair. The process is fair, basically, right? So that is very natural. I mean, I don't blame you either, basically, okay. And there are some people who will try to take some little bit advantage of the loophole somewhere. Who will, right? So in the sense, we might not have thought about it. But then when the application actually comes, we actually re-scrutinize. It is not about like somebody has given rule 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I satisfy everything, and why I don't get it. Well, the final signature, unless it's signed by president, it doesn't become a law, basically. Yes or no? Even the parliament passes, if the president doesn't sign, it doesn't become a law. So that is where the final scrutiny comes to my table, basically. Okay? So in the sense, if at all there is a lapse or something, do not blame any of your own colleagues, deans or something. You blame to rather me, basically. I'll rather take the blame. Okay. So because the process is so fair, okay, I'll see that actually. See some of that actually. I'll just kind of take your 5 minutes to kind of get you through what is the motivation, how I started all that, and then where we stand actually right now. All right. So pillars of an university, there's a like mouse or something? No mouse. There's a wireless mouse there, is it? Wireless mouse if you know. Okay, anyway, so this is pillars of a university. If you think about, you can take your probably. You can take it otherwise. All right, so you can talk about, well, a lot of people think that, okay, university means really top management. I kind of strongly dispute that or rather disagree with that. Top management certainly forms a very, very good foundation, good pillar basically, right? For success of any university, whether it is public, private, whatever it is working. Then top management is certainly responsible because they are the one who get you with the initial fund, big things, big building, big things, all big things happens there basically, right? But having said that, administration and support, if it is not there, then no top management can work, okay? Second thing is infrastructure and environment. It is so crucial for us actually, right? If you really get a very nice, peaceful office space, a lab or things like that, we can think about doing some innovation things basically. So all these things are important. But what about the people part of it? If people are not there, all these things are waste actually, okay? And people consist of the predominant category consist of faculties and students. And here we are talking about faculties part of it. Not that the students are not important. They are also important. That's a separate thing basically. All right, but how do I go forward? I'm going to give a Go forward then. This one will work. Yeah, this one will work. Yeah. So these are enablers. That's why it's different color, and this is achievers. That is why I put a different colors. So we are talking about faculties here today, and then this is the whole idea of it started for having faculty-centric programs and all that. All right. So what we need here, I strongly believe in this one. This little cartoon out here. So what we call it as carrot and stick policy. So there is a carrot part of it, and that is what we are talking today. And if you really don't do well, there is a stick part of it which the higher management will take care. I will not do it. Okay. The stick part of it is you will not get timely promotion, you will not get something. If it comes to that, you will be told to go and things like that. Right? The stick part we are not talking here. What we are talking is there is a carrot which will drive you. This is a kind of pulling force, and there is a stick behind you. Always remember that. And all of us, it's not that you and me. It's true for everybody. All right, so we are not talking about stick, but we are talking about a gentle nudge here. So in the form of periodic reviews, make sure that we do not slack off and give a valuable feedback from our peers, that those of you are actually this a little bit of award winners in whatever form, you already have a little bit of stature here, right? I believe so, basically. Not this award, whatever award is that. Okay. So this is what we periodically strive for, actually, right? And it's not a very unique practice. It's a common practice worldwide. So if you go to any university, any place, whatever it is, in the form of fellowship, in the form of awards, in the form of many, many things that people strive for, basically. All right. So what we really thought is, well, we can talk about, when I talked about this particular thing, I made a promise that the rewards will be given to all performing faculties in the form of recognition from peers in society. So we thought about some child position, case award, faculty development fund, travel grant, things like that, actually. So this little fund that was accessible to me, I thought, okay, we'll have components of everything. Okay. It's not just one at a time or something, components of everything, in whatever little capacity, basically. In other words, if you are talking about this travel grant, remember within bracket, it is pre-approved. So you really don't have to talk about going and talking to somebody for going anywhere, as long as it is a professional travel. That means you want to assess go to some whatever short courses, conferences, whatever it is, right? So if you want to go there, something like that, or even project proposal meetings, things like that, you really don't have to ask anybody, including vice chancellor. That's a promise, actually. Okay. These achievers or these awards, whatever is kept separately for you, you will not have any travel approval needed. Okay. So you just sign yourself and get it. That's how it is. So that is how the confidence starts building, basically, right? That's what we do, basically, okay, that way. So this is what it is. And then obviously what we thought about is, well, faculties awards are given during the research conclave. And of course, there is a student component of it that is given in the convocation, basically. So, and this is how it is. And this is actually all of you probably know by now. There are three categories. One is this Abdul Kalam Chair, Distinguished Achiever, and then Eminent Achiever. This is actually the bottom of the table. Doesn't mean that they are not really that important. Everything is important here. And the last one is for the assistant professors, middle one is associate, and this one full. Well, we thought about having 3 numbers, 5 numbers, 7 numbers like that, but having said that, last 2 years, we are not getting enough applications also. Okay, that is also there, actually, right? In so much so that even this year's Kalam Achiever Award, I actually have to pursue myself, right? Right, isn't it? You should really come forward and apply yourself. In the last moment, you should not be like looking for people, like who can be there, like that way. So think about that. It's not that way. So all achievements are well recognized anyway. But the question is, we may not know everybody, right? I mean, how do I know everybody that who is right or who is wrong? So unless that comes forward, you come forward and claim it, basically, right? That's what it is, basically. All right. So these are all various categories. We'll just selection committee, dean, VC, all sort of things are there. Then finally, it will come to me. And then in consultation with external experts, if needed, I will finally sign that. Okay, and then that is how it is declared, basically. That's the process. Everybody aware of it. But this entire process that we initially thought 2 years back, or little more than 2 years back, this is not really a sacrosanct. In other words, if you satisfy all these and you still don't get an award, there is still a possibility of that. Okay, right. So that is why there is a subjective matter for the student part. Let us leave it here. That is a different one anyway. We'll talk about, dates for the conclave. We initially thought there are so many awards that we will probably need this 2 days event, because this university, remember, it is kind of having all structures, right? We have science, we have engineering, we have paramedicals, we have got almost everything, basically. Okay, agriculture, whatnot, etc. So if you really kind of combine everything together, 1 day probably may not be sufficient. But having said that, last year and this year, what we observe is typically more than 1 day, we don't have people to talk. Okay, right. So it is happening on the kind of a little bit other way around, basically. So I encourage all of you to kind of do that, apply in a good way. Having said that, okay, you do not expect us to lower the expectation. Okay, so that is really not, I mean, we will not do it no matter what, actually. Okay, there is enough, the expectation that is minimum cutoff and things like that, what you have put is already much lower than what you see in IIT, much, much lower. And you expect that, okay, nobody else has applied and hence I will get it through. You are in a fool's paradise, actually. Okay. Nobody applied and hence I get it, only I am the applicant, I will get it. Sorry, it's not that way. You have to really go through that little minimum qualification requirement. And after that, you have to compete. If there is nobody else after that, then probably yes. But without going through the minimum part of it, if you still assume that, okay, nobody else applied, hence I'll get it, obviously not. Okay. And also remember one more thing that we give importance here is something like 5 years achievement awards. Not really, I come with some 20 years of age and I've done so much of good work in last 20 years. And hence I deserve it, basically. Okay, you may have that feeling, fine, basically, but this award is not meant for what you did 10 years back, what you did 15 years back. This actually is a continuous process, and what we value here is last 5 years work only. Okay, no matter how senior you are. I'm sorry to say that, but that is how it is actually. Okay, because last 5 years, if you are done, and then this award is not about, okay, there are many ingredients to that, but what we have really thought about here is promoting this research part of it only, basically. Again, what research means, your publications, patents, and books writing, book chapter writing, like that. So if you are doing this product development, there is a different award for that. Okay, this award doesn't talk about that part of it. Because what you are talking here is very clearly visible in anybody's knowledge, basically. In other words, it is apparently obvious, basically, right? So there is no subjectivity involved. Because product development, somebody can do, my committee evaluated, it is in that stage, TRL level 3, TRL level 7. I mean, this is all subjective, basically, right? But when you talk about publication, patents and all that, there is a very nice kind of visible process available. Okay? So we go through that, and also remember publication, somebody working on different field will have different weightage, actually. Okay? These are all confusion in this world, right? Somebody from chemical engineering will have 10 papers, somebody from civil engineering maybe 1 paper, somebody from space science will have 2 papers, but these are equally valid, basically, right? Because somebody solving a deep technology problem or deep science problem is equivalent to somebody so superficially doing 5 papers, basically. And in that area, suppose many people are working, then you will get citation also more. Okay. So how do you normalize that? That is why we thought about something called normalized impact factor. You will not never see that in the world, basically. I mean, this is probably my own thought process. So normalized impact factor means when you take the highest impact factor, whatever is in your list of publications, you take the highest impact factor and divide all the impact factor by that. So the highest one becomes 1, actually. So that is the best thing we can do. I mean, how can I know what is happening in agriculture otherwise, right? What happens in botany, what happens in zoology, how do I know? I don't know anything. So you claim whatever it is, along with the publication, you put the impact factor, that somebody can verify whether it's right or wrong. And then you talk about dividing everything, that forms a normalized impact factor. And then equivalent emphasis is given. Suppose you write a book chapter, then probably equivalent of that. Suppose you write a book 5 times of that. Suppose you write a patent 3 times of that. We have got this formula. So if really somebody wants to know this formula, what it is, register is right here. Okay, so you can really very clearly, transparently will given to you because you know the rule of the game. The rule of the game is very clear, basically, right? So there is nothing secret here, no subjectivity, no higher management, vice chancellor, president, vice president not involved in this process. I can assure you. Okay. So that is what is happening, basically. So this is what I think will develop a culture like that, and then think about doing further, moving further, basically, right? That's what we thought about. So, and this is working. So far, last year it was working, and unfortunately it was pandemic time, so we had to do it online, purely on limited people. And this year, fortunately, that is not there. So we are good to see unmasked people in a full of auditorium, actually, right? Right. All right. So assuming that there will be a lot more participation, enthusiastic, and all that, we'll talk about 2 days event. And then it will move around different campuses. Next year, probably we'll target another campus, maybe Palakundi, maybe Visakhapatnam, whatever it is. And this will how it will move on. Between the 3 main campuses, we will not go to the auxiliary campus, basically. All right, one more thing that I would like to tell, even though probably it will be documented now henceforth. So this is what we learn this is also part of learning, basically. So once you get an award, probably 3 years will not be eligible for a little more, actually. You apply after 3 years. Okay. The reason being we are assessing based on 5 years. Out of the 5 years, if you tell 4 years are common, then it is not really fair. I mean, this is something that you learn, basically. It's nothing to blame anybody here. Okay. So once you get an award, give yourself 3 years time, accumulate more things basically, then come back to us basically, right? We'll certainly respect that. But if you get 2 awards within 6 years, that means 4 years are common there, right? It doesn't work that way. Okay, so this is what I want to tell like that. So essentially, like announcement is typically done this year of every year. Well, I think this in the year number, this is a little old PowerPoint, so leave it there. And then, okay, fine, all these things you are aware of it. And now coming to the award of this particular year, well, we have got all these things, and then winners of the award announced on 31st August 22. Very recently, basically. It's supposed to be a little before. So maybe next year onwards, we'll think about at least 15 days time, so people can plan their travel well. But assume that, okay, each campus of the university is kind of having guest house, having the infrastructure, they provide the vehicle to come. There's not too much of a preparation needed, basically. And those of you who want to fly, by the way, for whatever reason, award winners especially can use their travel fund the same year itself. Okay, all right. That's okay. See, no. The question is okay. I have that, right? There is an expiry period for the usage of the grant also. Okay, this is this one. No, if you see that there is expiry period for that actually, right? You have to use the travel grant. Basically, I don't know where it is actually. Okay, this within 1 year. Okay, within 1 year, within 2 years, like that. Suppose you are not utilizing for some reason. Well, 1 year pandemic relaxation we can give probably, okay, because last year it is not there, so special consideration probably. But if you still don't use it this year, then okay, give that money back to the university. Okay, that is, any university will keep it, right? It will not give you any more. So the reason is not that I can take it and use it anywhere I am. I want people to go. Okay. Once you go, people see you and people see your little place. I mean, okay, I didn't get my ID card because there's a little bit new ID card has to be given to me. But essentially, what is there is, if you show your ID card proudly, that is where the name building happens for the university, right? That you are ambassador of your own place. And that is what we need to do that, basically. So you go, use the travel, go, move, talk to people, things like that, basically. That's it. All right, so this is what it is. This is all I wanted to say, basically, probably. So selection criteria and all that is there. So this is all covered anyway. So this is what happened, and this is what the statistics part of it. If you see that, we actually got 2 applications, okay, that way, and then we talked about something like this. You can see all that actually. Okay, I don't want to read all that actually. Okay. So essentially, we got 12 winners this time. Okay, this is the statistics for this year, basically. And this is all that what I talk about, this average normalized impact factor and things like that. There is a normalized impact factor, average normalized impact factor, things like that. And journal publication is 1 and NIF, and this formula is available. And those of you want to scrutinize, verify, or dispute or suggest, maybe. Okay, why dispute? You can think of suggestions also. Okay, so write to us directly, basically. Okay, my email ID is provost@CUTM. That's how it is. So you can just easily remember this and then write to it. I mean, it is mapped to my ISA ID anyway. So it'll come to me. I'll be very, very clearly see that, basically. That's not a problem. And also remember that I will not object to any of things that you say, but I may actually wish to clarify a certain thing. And if your suggestion happens to be good, then we'll take it. It's an interactive award, interactive system anyway, basically, right? So that's how it is. All right. So this is all that, and these are the winners for this year. So from my side again, a very big hearty congratulations, and including the winners of the last year who are present here. At least a couple of them I can see here. Can you raise your hands a little bit? Last year, whoever is. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 are there. 4. Yeah, 4. Okay. Hey, hands should be like that. Okay. All right, 4 of them are certainly here, so you can also share your experience if you want to. But this is for a group photograph. Probably 4 of you can also join. Okay, so when you take a group photograph, basically. All right, so this is from my side. I hope you enjoy the day. And then if you have any suggestions, comments, and all that, you can always approach me again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words to the teaching fraternity. Now I would request our Chief Guest Professor N. Sundararajan, sir, to address the gathering of intellectuals.
Good morning. See, I'm saying good morning. You should also say that, right? I expect that from my students. Good morning. Yeah, because that gives me a feedback that you are alive. You are not just listening and all. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. I wish to thank Professor Padi, Professor Ramesh, and the management of Centurion University for. Yeah, you can. No problem.
I forgot completely about it. Sorry for that for interrupting. So I think many of you must have seen him already, virtually. Yes.
Online.
So we actually planned to bring him here almost like 2 years back, 2.5 years back. We just have planned everything, right? Everything was done. This year, everything arrangement was done. But suddenly this March 20th came and national lockdown came. We actually booked our tickets also, about to book, something like that happened. Then we thought, okay, it will go in 3 weeks, 5 weeks, 10 weeks. I mean, this never ending, that thali lamp, all that started, all sort of things, right? So it got ever postponed basically that way. Then we thought, okay, instead of delaying too much, probably we have it online. How many of you attended his program online? Okay, not many, but okay, fine, whatever, some percentage. So he's extremely good at teaching you how to teach, how to do research, how to write books. Okay. So that is what it is. The entire program is recorded, by the way. So the recording can be shared. Okay, those of you are new, you can actually share that recording again in the Slack or wherever. And then people who are interested to go through that, please go through that. He's extremely good at that. But he was actually eager to talk about that one more time here. But I have somehow registered his temptation. Okay. Told, okay, no, they will like to rather learn from you a little new thing. He's extremely good at research also, even at this age. So we'll talk about something like metacognitive learning for learning sense, basically. We'll see that a little later, but this is what it is. I promised him during this online program that I'll bring him somewhere here, and the day has arrived. Okay. Thank you.
So he is reminding me I had to thank him for that. So that was one of the reasons, because even for today's talk, I gave 3 options. One is the technical research area. Second is the feedback from all the participants for the last one, because we could not see face to face, and a lot of questions will come when you discuss directly. So I wanted to have a session tomorrow, but not possible. We will do some other time. And third, I worked with Kalam for 20 years, and being Teachers' Day and all that, I wanted to talk about my experience in working with Kalam. That also, last night I asked Padi, can I talk about that? And that will be an inspiration for all the faculty, research scholars, students, and all that. He said, no, I want you to talk only on research. So I will talk. This we can do some other time. That's okay. Yeah. So Padi, you interrupted me. My line of thought is gone. Okay, I wanted to thank the Centurion University for inviting me here. And I'm very happy to say I have gone across a number of universities and number of places all over the world also, not here, abroad also. I have never seen an initiative like this. That's what I want to give the full credit to Padi to encourage research. It is there, even in your university it is there, but it is there for teaching. Best teacher award is there and all, Slowly it is coming, but encouraging research to some places I have seen they give, if you publish a high impact journal paper, you get a cash award or something. Something is there, but not seriously implemented. I am very happy to see that, because a faculty in my university estimation, I think you should add one more category, startup. You should give credit, you said patent, right? Publication. I'll give you the evaluation of faculty. Normally, the first question they ask, how many papers you published, right? So in our university, it happened. How many papers you published? Okay. So all the fellows are getting higher papers. So you have to discriminate. What is the next one? Citations. How many citations you got? All got the citations. Okay. Then how to discriminate? How many patents you have filed? So a lot of fellows got the patent also. Then you have to discriminate. So how many getting the royalty? You can have number of patents, but no use. Nobody is using, that means royalty. So that also became. Then the next question, now they are talking, how many startups you have created? Okay. Yeah, I will create a startup. How many startups are making the money? That is, see, you are one step ahead always. This is a never win game. So that's okay. Okay. But in our system, I think we have to encourage research. I'm very happy to see this. And again, first of all, I have to congratulate all the winners for this year and previous year. And if you are not able to do it this time, don't give up. It is exactly like the paper, right? Paper submission. You submit a paper thinking that you have done a great work, paper will be accepted. I always advise when you submit a paper, expect that it will be rejected. Always be first, especially the first paper, expect that it will be rejected, but get the comments and improve. You can go to even a higher impact journal. Possibly it has happened. So if you are not getting this time, don't worry, try next time, next year. Again, Kalam's quote, no, next opportunity. Okay, don't give up. That is the main part. Failure is part of the process, right? So that's okay. This year they not got through, so don't feel disheartened. So that gives another incentive, right? And next year I have to knock it out. So work harder and do more, and definitely it will be recognized. People will know automatically when you are doing good work. People will be know. See, hard work never fails. Again, Kalam's quote: "Hard work never fails." Rewards may not come immediately. Yeah, may not come immediately, but rewards will come eventually. You will get it. I have seen in his case itself. When I worked with him, I didn't realize he was an ordinary person. We used to work like this, but suddenly one day he became a president later. That's because purely hard work, hard and sincere work, both are important. So long as that is there, no problem. You can excel. So my advice for all of you is try to do your best in your area, whatever it is. And they have put a lot of criteria. He is trying to be very, very, what do you call, objective here. This kind of selections are all subjective, right? So that he wants to remove it and make it transparent. I think these guidelines can be published, madam, somewhere in the website. They can go and look at it before they file the nomination. They can look at it. And you yourself can evaluate yourself. Yeah, the criteria is there, right? So you try. So I'm wishing all of you more. As he said, it's only 1 day affair now, right? Next year it will be 2-day affair. Slowly it should become 3-day affair. That means a lot of them are producing a lot of good work. If it happens, I'll be very happy. You invite me, I will come. Okay. And wishing that I don't want to bore you too much. We are running out of time. Anyhow, I have to bore you later. I didn't want to do the technical talk, but he insisted on that. So thank you for inviting me. It is a pleasure to be here. I really enjoy my stay. Hospitality is wonderful. This is my first visit to even Bhubaneswar. Okay. I'm very happy. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for your immensely inspiring thoughts shared with us. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today to build this event. This would not have been possible without the great performance and outstanding performance of various members of our university. Now, the time has come to acknowledge the star performers of the university. I request our chief guest and provost to come onto the stage to present the award to the winners of Eminent Achiever Award. The winners of the Eminent Achievers Awards are Dr. Satyavrtananda, Many congratulations, Dr. Satyavrtananda. Dr. Dagan Panigrahi. Okay. Okay. Professor Yashashri will be receiving on behalf of Dr. Dagan Panigrahi, sir. Dr. Ashish Sarangi. Okay. From Tripoli. Ashish Sarangi. Ashish Ranjan Das.
No, it is okay. It is suddenly chemistry, MSc.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Ashish Sarangi from Chemistry, School of Applied Science. Many congratulations, Dr. Ashish. Dr. Shravan Kumar Sahu. From Department of Chemistry, School of Applied Science. Okay. Professor Yashashri will be receiving the award on behalf of Dr. Shravan. Dr. Chandrasekhar Das from Department of ECE, School of Engineering and Technology. Many congratulations, Dr. Chandra. Dr. Shashank Kumar Satpathy. Santosh, I'm very sorry, Dr. Santosh Kumar Satpathy from Department of Physics, School of Applied Science. Many congratulations, Dr. Santosh Kumar Satpathy. Now it is time to announce the winners of Distinguished Achiever Award. And the winners are Dr. Ashish Ranjan Das, Dr. Ashish Ranjan Das from Department of EEE, School of Engineering and Technology. Many congratulations, Dr. Ashish Ranjan Das. Dr. Rajendra Kumar Khadanga from Department of EEE, School of Engineering and Technology. Many congratulations. Dr. Prashant Kumar Rath from Department of Physics, School of Applied Science. Many congratulations. Dr. Ranjan Kumar Sahu from Department of Biotechnology. Many congratulations, Dr. Ranjan. Dr. Pramod Parjosi from School of Management. I would request any management, School of Management faculty to receive the award on behalf of Dr. Parjosi. That is coming. Heartiest congratulations to all of the winners. I request the winners. Now let's move on to the next category, that is Abdul Kalam Chair Professor. With deep admiration, I announce the name of the winner, Dr. Ramesh Chandra Mahanti. Heartiest congratulations, sir. It's good to have someone of your caliber. We look forward to having you many more great success in the year ahead. Thank you, sir. Now I request our chief guest. Now I request our chief guest to share the presentation.
Yeah.
No, no, I'll wait. Ah, the last one. Pointer. You have a pointer? Can you put off these lights? These lights. Where? It's not working. Ah. Okay. Yeah, everything is clear, but it is not coming here. Yeah, it is there. You don't need it. That's okay. No, this is a mouse. It is coming. It is coming here, right? Huh? Yeah, that's okay. Good morning. I really have to say that most of you are ECE engineering people can understand. Even other people can understand. I will make it light. I will not go too technical. Is that okay? Hello, give me a feedback. Is that okay? Yeah. So see, I don't leave people alone. So I will interact. So if you don't give me an answer, I will probe further. Okay. So to get rid of my nuisance, answer me yes or no beginning itself. Is it? Okay. So let me, basically I'm a control engineer to give a background. I worked in aerospace, especially rockets, SLV3, SLV, PSLV, all that. So then I switched over to, at that time it was a very new area, neural networks. And later it developed into machine learning and all that thing. When I started working in that area, nobody bothered about that. They said there is no model, no mathematics. So how can I believe all that? But now everybody is doing that. That's how it has changed. Because if a problem is very complex, you can't get a model out of it, like a big data, all that thing, right? So use the data itself to what we call as database control and all that thing. So that area. So my work is on neural networks learning and all, right? Architecture, learning and all. But this is very relevant to faculty because I'm going to talk about learning, teaching, all that thing. That is why I agreed finally. So, so neural network, you know, right? What normally we do is there is no model. You have a lot of data. You train a neural network. the way it is done is you give the input, you get the output, but you know the desired output. Suppose that is the meaning of training. You have a X and you have a Y. Give the X to the network and you get a Y. But that. Which one? Oh, okay. You want to record. Huh? Sorry. See, I go inside. Okay, I'll be here. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So my area of movement is within this. Okay. Normally what we do is given a X and Y, you would train with the data, right? So you give an input X and you get an output Y, but you know the desired output YD. So you form the error, and based on the error, you come adjust the weights. You do it number of times, and then finally you get the desired output. So teaching also like that, right? The teacher delivers the subject, the student learns. How does the teacher find out how much the student has learned? That's why you do the quiz, you do the test, correct? So then he can modify his teaching accordingly. We don't do that. So we give the quiz and he gets, that's it, right? But for the student, it is better because he has done it in the quiz, in the test and all. So if he knows his error and the teacher corrects that, when he goes to the exam, he will do the right answer. So actually the way it is, we train in the class, and when he goes to the exam, he gets a question which he has not seen. This is what we call generalization. How good you see, I'm not, otherwise if I give the exam question is the same as the tutorial question, then what is there? You can like a table lookup, right? So no, we are not training for that. If your training is proper, you will answer your question which you have not seen before. That is the neural network part. Okay. So for learning, what do you mean by metacognitive? I want to give a background here. Cognition, you know, right? And what do you mean by metacognition? Okay, it's easier to understand with the term learning, meta learning, right? Cognition is one level higher, but let's talk about learning. Okay, you teach a subject, I know. What is the meaning of meta learning? Very simply to put it, meta learning means learning about learning. Okay, so what does that mean? Suppose I am learning. I want to know at what level of learning I am at every time. That is the meaning of learning about learning. Okay, so suppose I am learning a subject, how far I have understood the subject. Periodically you assess the quiz, you assess the test, all that will give an estimate. And based on that, you correct. You take a approach which can make it more clear. So in all these applications, we do that. Data, metadata. Learning, meta learning. Cognition, metacognition. Meta means higher level. You can visualize this in hierarchical level. Learning is at the bottom level, or cognition bottom level. Meta is at the second level. During the learning or cognition phase itself, you evaluate how far you have learned. Why this is important? I'll tell you. The problem is in big data and all, right? You get 100,000 data points, samples. Is all the data point useful? Answer is no. Most of the time we get junk, right? If you are doing data analysis, you will understand. So when you do this evaluation, if you can find out that if the new data or new sample adds the knowledge or not. If it doesn't add the knowledge, you leave it. If it adds only, you use it. Okay, that criteria itself. Okay, I'll give another example. Then I will get into the slides. Maybe you guys have to answer me this. How does a student prepare for an exam? See, exam is coming, right? One semester you take. You teach the subject, right? At the end of the semester, the student has to appear exam. Normally, how does the student prepare for the exam? Huh? Some answers. When does he prepare for exam? Yeah, some answer, whatever you think. Huh? Few days before. Okay. So I will say 1 or 2 weeks before, right? So, no. Okay, I put the question the other way. Does he prepare every day? No, never. He goofs, right? Goes to city, roams around, and comes 2 weeks before the exam, starts working for the exam. How does he work? How does he normally prepare? Most of you have come as a student only, right? So you can share your experience. No, I am a faculty, I don't know. Don't say that. Faculty is a student. I wanted to say that being a Teacher's Day, the quote is, good teachers are not the one who answers your question. Correct? Any teacher, you can go with a question, he will answer, right? Good teachers are not the one who answers your questions. So who is a good teacher? No, the good teacher is the one who makes you ask the right questions. That is very important. So in your student, you apply the criteria. So the student, if you can, in your class, if he has been there and if he is asking a right question, that means it makes your life difficult. You don't know the answer. So how do you say? I can't say in front of all the audience, I don't know the answer. Correct? That happens to me. It may happen to you also, because I am asked to teach a subject I am not familiar at all. My electrical engineering dean used to tell me, electrical engineer can teach any undergraduate subject. I am not in VLSI. How can I go? But they give you that way. That's so when they give a subject which I am doing first time, so I am also reading and learning and preparing and going, right? So when a student asks a question, I tell in my first class that if you ask a question, I don't know the answer, I will say that is a good question. That means you sit down. Don't push me further. Come to my room separately. Then I will clarify, because I have to check. Okay. Then second time, I can answer 30% of the questions. Third time, I become an expert. So my advice for all of you faculty, if you want to learn a new subject, volunteer to teach it. Because the student doesn't learn from you. You also learn from the student. It is both way, because the way he asks questions makes you think in a different direction, which you are not thought through. This always happens. So that is why the Radhakrishnan thing, a teacher is great teacher is the one who makes you ask the right questions. That doesn't come easily. First of all, you have to start thinking. Then you have to frame the question. So the joke is, when I was doing this, one day one student got up and asked a question. I thought I know the answer, but I thought that was a good question. So I said, that is a very good question. And he immediately said, then I had to go and push him. Arey Baba, I know the answer. So you see this, even in conference, if you go to a conference and present, somebody gets up and asks a question, even in oral exam, PhD and all. If you don't know the answer, don't bluff. You will get into more trouble. It's a quicksand. So that fellow has worked in that area. He knows what you are saying may not work. So that is why he is trying to figure out. So if you try to answer by guessing, you will be caught. So that way is, you can't say that is a good question to him, right? In a conference, you say is, I have not looked into that aspect. Then after some 2-3 questions, you say this, I have not looked into that aspect. Then what else you looked into? That question will come. Only one you can do that. These are all polite way of saying, I don't know, don't push me further. As a teacher, you should all know that, right? Okay. Accept truth, no problem. If you don't know, say don't know. I think wrong. Metacognition. Okay, I diverted. Teachers Day, this is the problem with me. So he prepares 2 weeks before the exam. How does he prepare? Does he go and sit and read and all 24 hours? I'll tell you. You guys are not telling, I'll tell you, because I don't have time. Otherwise, I will interact and go. See, that way we learn better. The way is, go to the hostel room. There will be some guy who is reading regularly, right? Sit with him. Arey Baba, you tell me this topic, and he really discusses with him. Get all his material for 1 hour. Correct? They do, and then they say group study, all that thing, right? But, and then he goes and writes the exam. That fellow who did this, he gets more marks than the other fellow who does the reading. What do you call this? Happens, isn't it? Yes, yes. This is what I call smart learning. Yeah. What is a smart learning? You know when to learn, what to learn, how to learn. Right? Most of the subjects you are familiar, some you are not familiar, you do that, pick up the brain, efficiently you do that, right? That is the metacognition. So when you are learning, you know what to learn, when to learn, how to learn. If you can apply that during the learning itself, what to learn means, suppose your data is coming. Is that data useful to me or not? That is what to learn. If it is not useful, why do you learn? Throw it. Okay, what to learn. Then when to learn. Okay, how do you, suppose a data comes. Is it adding new knowledge? If it is not adding new knowledge, I will not do that. Okay, so you can discard the samples. But there are cases, right? Life is not full of yes or no, correct? There are always maybe, maybe not, right? Fuzzy is there. So whether you know this or not this, I can't answer, right? It's familiar, but I'm not familiar, right? That always happens. So that means there is a third category. It's not yes or no. Whether I have to, I know this, yes, I discard. I don't know this, I learn. But I'm not sure whether I know it or not. Then what you do is don't discard. Keep it in the last reserve and come back. Whatever was not clear earlier, when you do second time, it will be clear. We do that, all that. This is what we call as metacognition. And when we train a neural network, how we incorporate this. Is that clear? Now I can go. Okay. And again, another point, because this is a research conclave, right? So very important for a researcher to be open for ideas from other disciplines. So I would suggest for a seminar, right? Somebody is coming from agriculture. Why I should go and attend that seminar? I'm electrical engineer, all that. Never do that. Because you get ideas from other disciplines. Agriculture, they may have a problem, IoT problem, you can solve. You will get plenty of opportunities for research. So don't be restricted. Okay? Some idea in that area, whatever is saying, may you be very useful to solve your problem. Interdisciplinary areas. That's where a lot of work is done now. So I'm talking about psychology here. What is my relation with engineering and electrical engineer and psychology, computer engineer? No, because they have done an extensive study on learning practices. Cognitive psychology is about learning only. How the humans learn. And there are a lot of principles there that you can implement in your system. That is what I said. What to learn, when to learn, how to learn. It has come from cognitive psychology. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to say briefly on neural network. So normally they do learning, right? So any sample, suppose you give 1,000 samples, you learn all that. And most of the time we find all the 1,000 are not useful. Maybe 500 is useful. So we filter it out even before learning itself with this concept. So the learning with the network, machine learning. So this is the actual network. We especially for one case we did. And I won't go into technical details. If you have questions, we can discuss later. And then, of course, whenever now you come with a new scheme, you have to do a benchmark evaluation. We have done that. How does it compare with the other existing method? You see, this is a question in your paper. When you write a paper, this question will always come. Okay, you have done something new, right? Fine. Paper, okay. What is the value addition? Why should I use your method? How does it compare with the earlier method? If it is the same category, the paper will not be accepted. You have to show very clearly, by doing this, I get an improvement in performance by 30%, reduction in computation time by 20%. Something should be there. Otherwise, why should I select your paper? So that part. And finally, the real application is medical informatics. Medical informatics means a serious problem here where Alzheimer's disease detection. That's where we have done it. We have shown how efficient it is using MRI scans. Very difficult for a doctor also to subjectively decide, right? It will not replace the doctor, not yet. It will help the doctor a lot. Classification of early detection of Alzheimer's disease. Real data. Okay. So let me proceed. We don't have time. And future direction. Even though the concept is done in neural network, you can apply into any system you are doing. It can be mechanical and all, right? Even in that, whatever you are doing, you evaluate and then progress doing that. So that metacognition can come on top of any system you are developing. Okay, this is what I said, and I agreed with Padi because this is also part of teaching and faculty and all that. That's why I agreed. Okay, this is what we do, right? Self-regulation means the fellow knows how to control, right? Best students are self-motivated, self-regulated. He doesn't need, of course, he needs teacher input, but he is able to manage himself. Okay, say this is the main point. Sorry, I can't see that. You set your own goal. See, I ask a lot of students at the thing, what is your aim when you join the first year, 4-year BTech program, right? Some of you can answer me. What is your goal when you join a first year entry-level BTech program? What should be your goal? Not what is your goal. What should be your goal? You please answer, some of you. You are all faculty, right? You have come as students only. When you joined your first year, what was your goal? Be honest. Any answer? Huh? Huh? You become an engineer to get a job, to get a high salary. That's all. That's all later. But first, what should be your goal? I'll tell you. Maybe you can teach your students this. What should be your goal? My goal when I start first year entrance level, my goal should be at the end of fourth year when I graduate, I should be #1 in the class. Job and all comes later. You try. Okay, you can't achieve that. That's okay. Then second year, you slowly improve every year. You had to be not leave the first. You should be within the 10% of the top class, Dean's list. That should be aim. Then you will end up in the middle level. Okay, so that is the main point here. Set their goal. You see the concept here, what to learn and get feedback on their understanding. They have done a lot of studies, psychology here, and the references are given here. Okay. Okay. So metacognition controls the learning process. Cognition about cognition. He knows in the learning journey itself how far he has learned and what he has to learn, how to rearrange the time. All that is. Okay. So this is a definition. One can monitor, regulate, and direct. And plan is the desired goal. Plan is at the end of the semester, I should get a top grade in this course. So how do I plan for it? And I go through the journey. How do I monitor that? This is the concept there. Okay. What is self-regulation? Yeah. Here. You want to do the problem solving, you plan, monitor, and manage direction, right? How if some topic is not known, learn it. If some topic is already known, don't spend time. We do that, but we are not put in a process like this. Okay. So these are all coming from psychology. So what is the relevance between psychology and computer science? Now you see. Okay. So definition, yeah. Learner sets goals, monitor. Okay. Also collaborative learning. Okay. Learning, how to learn, what to learn, when to learn. Okay. This is not the deep learning now, no? Deep learning is that's separate. Really, see, I see when not now, earlier itself, when I was in ISRO working, what we for job requirement, job interviews, what we really see, we don't expect you to learn space and all. No, in your physics, in your maths, in your basics chemistry, if your fundamentals strong, that's enough. But what I see is they have very high grades, marks in the grade sheet, but they don't know the fundamentals. That's very important. As a teacher, it is your responsibility. Marks are not that critical. Of course, it is important for selection and all that. But whether that fellow has really understood the subject or not, I don't know. So this is the thing. Assessment for learning, yeah. If you can inculcate, this is what I call as a self-regulated smart learner. Okay, models of recognition, this is that they have got. This is in psychology. Cognition is knowledge, representation. Metacognition is dynamic model of acquiring the knowledge. So see, there are two parts. One, monetary signal. Inform from cognition means how much you have learned. You have to monitor, and based on that, you change your direction. That is the control, right? They have done all these studies in psychology. So what we are doing here is, this is the model. You can see here, object level is the bottom. You do the monitoring. Meta level is a one level higher. You control. If some topic is not clear, we do that all the time. Some topic is not clear, spend more time on that. Don't waste time on the topic you already know. Yeah. So one way of doing is the previous year question paper, right? We try to answer. Out of 5 questions, 3 questions I know, I can answer. 2 I don't know, I have to go and learn. No, then you will get 0. So you do that and you do this training, then any questions you get, you can answer. Yeah. Okay, these are all this is a standard well quoted work in learning. So that is what why I showed that is, up to now I talked only in psychology. I am bringing that psychology into neural network. That is a part. Okay. You see here, this is a model, the psychology side. This is the neural network. And cognitive component is a neural network. It learns. But metacognitive was not there at that time. So see, suppose you are given 1,000 samples, we brutally learn all of them. We don't ask the question whether I have to learn this sample at this time. You ask this question. This is like philosopher question, right? What is the philosopher question? Who am I? What is the answer? How can I answer who you are? But yourself, you ask, who am I? Why am I here? What is my purpose? Purpose in life. These questions, right? Until they find the answer, they don't sleep. Again, Kalam's quote. What is that? Dreams are not the one which you get in sleep. Dreams are the one which you make you not to sleep. That is the question, right? So that is the thing, right? Knowledge measure. And then based on that, he controls the best learning strategy. Yeah, it's actually, if you see, it is a control system, feedback control. Okay, so what we do is cognitive component is, yeah, this is a network. Okay, it can be any system. That's what I said. Neural network, neurophysics. You can have other systems also which learns. Okay, metacognitive component is what to learn, when to learn, how to learn. Incorporate these strategies during the learning. That's it, right? Okay, another point. Okay, the sample is coming. I think I know it, not much I have to adjust, right? But it is completely new, learn it fully. That means in a neural network, we add a neuron to represent that. But it is not new, but closer to what I know, you adjust the parameters. This is a strategy here. Okay. Now you can see this is the paper. My colleague Suresh, colleague with Padi, we did this. This is the network. I will not spend too much time. You can see the bottom level is the cognitive component, neural network. I used a RBF, input sample, output sample. But I am putting a hierarchical metacognitive at the top level. What does it do? You see here is the monitoring. So it monitors the progress. There are measures to monitor. I'm doing classification. So whether it is the correct class and the error, all that is the measure. Based on that, I develop the control learning strategy. Sample delete. If I know the sample, delete it. I don't need it. most of the time you get useless information, right? Again, the application is big data, data mining. Everywhere you can. Neuron growth, the sample is giving completely new. It is not what I have learned so far. So I take the sample and put as a neuron. I'm growing the network. That's how the child, right? Child at the same time doesn't know how to walk. But over a period of time, the brain develops means adding neuron. It learns that. Parameter update, I know it, but not that completely new. So I really update. Those two are for learning. And the last one, I don't know whether I know it or not. That's another point, right? You can't see in life, all things are not very clear, yes or no. Yes or yes, no, maybe. So it is part yes, part no, right? What you do is don't delete, you keep it in the reserve and learn other things, whatever comes. Once that is done, go back and revisit. What was not clear earlier will become obvious now. Jnanam. Correct? How do you get jnana? You have to be beaten up, right? Then you get experience, we call it, right? That's it. So this happens, See, we have codified into a system to train a neural network, all this. That's the thing. Okay. These are all the networks. I will not get into this, neurons, all this. And these are the signals, classification, right? And I'm using all these things. And I'll do the control signal, right? Yeah. By any of the way, if it is completely new, I add a neuron. Yeah. Also, this also happens. Neuron deletion. It's happened in brain all the time. See, you have met a fellow after 10 years, correct? You have not seen him at all. But after that, after some time, you are able to recognize how. If you are not using something, the neurons gets deleted. Redundancy, no? But after some times you see it gets generated again. The links and the neurons get deleted. Neuron is a dynamic process, all the time getting added and deleted. So we have emulated that in the architecture. And parameter update. Sample reserve is, yeah, I'll learn it later. We do that in the learning also, but we are not codified into this. Okay, if I put this, then okay, we have put all this learning algorithm. Input, okay, I will not get into this. You can say these are all the technical terms for weight minimization. It's an optimization problem. That's it. Weights of the neural network I am finding in an optimal way, which is the projection. Yeah. Yeah. We have, these are the equations for solving. Yeah. And these are the mathematics. Yeah. So you can show that A inverse exists and that's it. Yeah. This is the pseudo code for the learning. Yeah. Monitoring, see, every time you learn, you monitor and then you control. So we have put in an algorithm and very fast learning process. That is what we call as metacognitive RBF neural network. Network is RBF architecture. Learning is metacognitive learning. This concept you can bring in any system. Okay. So now I'll go to the results. Is that okay? Because I don't have time. Okay. This is a one benchmark data set, a very standard you had to apply. Sorry. Image segmentation, liver disorder, all that. There are 19 features, 7 classification problem. But you look at the training samples, 210, 200, 100. Please note that. I'll come back to that again. So these are all the data and the results are here. This is our algorithm. This SVM is standard. You can see. Okay, I think this doesn't count. Let me go out here and do it. You can see this. This is the classification accuracy around 94. And what testing is 92, right? Where is the testing here? 94, 92, 91. We are slightly better, not much better. But the real difference is, you saw the previous slide, right? You saw the previous slide. The training sample is 210, correct? Now you see here, The training sample, number of you is the training sample, 89. Out of 210, 50% is useless. I don't want. I don't need it. Okay. But accuracy is still better. And similarly for the 200, you can see sample is, where is that? 200 is 160. The last one is 100, 58. So unnecessarily you don't have to learn. Accuracy is better. So this is what I call a smart learner or this thing. Okay. So this we have shown that. And of course you have to do with comparison with all, right? All the data sets, all that. In all these things, I think the conclusion slide is there here. Machine learning. Yeah. Yeah. 50% of the data need not be learned. Generally, I'm saying guideline, but it can change. Right? But these are the things. Right? Yeah. Okay, we have done it in neural network. Then we did it in neurofuzzy system. And then complex value network. All these are published. That's okay. Any question up to this before I branch into the real application? Anything you want to ask? It makes your learning easier. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I show you. Yeah. Yeah, here. See, compute the significance of the sample, right? Based on that, we do that. So every sample comes, right? I have a measure, right? Performance measure. That is the criteria here. Where is it? I'll go to the block diagram. All this is not needed. Very good question. That is what you have to come up with your thing. Here. See, monitoring signals. These 3 or 4 are monitoring signal. If this is higher and if this is a thing, then you do the control action. This is the logic. If you see the code also, it is put in the code. See, these are all the details. These are all the thing, but let me go to the code and show you. Evolving learning algorithm. These are all okay. These are all not needed. If you see the code, you will see. Initialization, yeah, for sample. Cognition, compute the output. Metacognition is compute the significance of the sample. And depending on that threshold, right, you have to set up a threshold. If it is above that, then you take it. If it is below that, you delete. Okay. That's a choose learn. So actually it goes into a flow chart like that. That means you are monitoring your learning all the time, and based on the feedback you are getting, you are directing your learning strategies appropriately. That's the idea. Yeah, this is available online. You can download the code. Just put metacognition code, and I think it is there in the end. I will show you. Okay, these are all okay. Okay. So you essentially you are okay. We have done it with the basic RBF network at that time. Nowadays it's all deep learning and all, right? We have not done metacognition in the deep learning network. That's an open research area. So if you get 100,000 data samples, you blindly learn, right? But what we are saying is most of the time 50% of the data is useless. Consumer marketing area, right? They get so much data. Blindly they learn all the thing. Don't do that. Do that in a smart way. Okay. So okay. Now I will go to the last part and finish it. Alzheimer's disease is a major problem. See, you can do research, but the research should benefit the society. This is what I said in my problem. PhD. If you do something original, you get the PhD. But not useful to society. Still, you will get a PhD. Okay. It is very useful to society, but not original. Will you get a PhD? No. Then what is a good PhD? Good PhD is the one which is original and also useful to society. So that means select the problem properly. If you crack the problem, it improves the society. It can be a local problem. So if you can do that, that is a good PhD. Very simple example, COVID vaccine. Is it new? Yes, it is new. Will it improve the society? Enormously. Okay. So Alzheimer's disease is a problem, right? You know. Main threat. Now a lot of people are getting, yeah. Even in India, it is coming in a big way. Yeah. You see there are a lot of movies also come. I don't know if you have seen Malayalam movies, that Hindi movie also is there, I think. Memory loss problem. So the problem is, okay, there is no cure. Even now, like cancer, there is no cure. If you can detect earlier, at least you can change his lifestyle so that he is comfortable. Okay, you can see this. This is a percentage of Alzheimer's disease, around 65%, whereas the other diseases are like this. At present, researchers know no single cause nor a cure. Okay, there are data. Normally, how do they test? They have criteria. You have to do a test. You have to walk straight, turn left, do this, do this. Fellow cannot suddenly will go blank. It's a subjective. It is like your evaluation criteria, right? So if the score is 4.5, that fellow has. Okay, this is what the thing, right? This is actually the correct score is called the CDR, clinical dementia ratio. Based on that, they give the rating. What is the problem here? Another area is imaging. Okay, what kind of image? CT, SPECT, and most of the time is MRI. Okay, this is where. Okay, so magnetic, why it is? Okay, measured atrophy rate, advanced MR tech, and these are all there. So essentially, the brain fluids, right? If volume of that, if it is lower, that's an indication of Alzheimer's. I'll come. It will come here. So I have to learn all this. I am not in that area. Yeah. So that's why when you do interdisciplinary, you better get an expert on that area. First, go and talk to him. Because you may produce a result and when you take it to him, he'll say useless. Never get into that problem. If you are doing in agriculture, go and talk to the agriculturist. If you are doing in marketing, go and talk to the marketing people. Find out what is their problem and take that problem and try to solve. Okay, data sets are available. This is a smaller one and a bigger one is this ADNI. If you are working in this area, one is called OSS, which is a smaller one at the beginning, but now is ADNI is the one across different hospitals and all that. This is a process. See, normally image, you do the pixel based analysis, right? It is two-dimensional, but I am trying to find out the fluid's volume, right? So it is a volume based pixel analysis. That's why it's called voxel, volumetric analysis. So what you do is you take MRI, do a segmentation. These are all standard image processing. Segmentation, do the smoothing, and then do a statistical analysis because brain is not standard. Every person has different size of brain, different shape. So you can't do a single analysis, you have to do a group analysis. So based on that, then you get the parametric map. This is the thing. Yeah. So voxel based morphometry. Okay. Okay. So the results, yeah. This, you can see this process. And again, why three views? Brain, you have three views. One is the front, one is the side, another is top. Axial, side, and plan, top. Three-dimensional views. Okay. So map. These are the regions affected. It's indicating based on the analysis. Okay. Then the study is done like this. Okay, you can see. These are standard process. The problem is MRI image, if you take the number of features, the number of pixels are in millions. It's a big data problem. Do you need all the data? Answer is no. That's why metacognition is important. Okay, you can see the accuracy here. BBM is with the 19,879 features, whereas with the reduced one, 906, we are able to get good results. Okay, with metacognition, because it eliminates useless samples and accuracy is improved. With a, see, that's what I'm saying. We do that all the time in the project, right? Suppose in a project 4 fellows are working, the project is not moving. What do? What normally you do? You are given a project, a team, four fellows are there. Project is not moving. What will you do? Normally what we do? This metro, the construction is there. Yesterday I came, right? Everywhere diversion. It's not within the time. You want to finish it quickly. What do? Add more manpower, right? Normally we do. A project is 4. What we do? If it is not moving, normally we add 2 more. The problem is you remove 2 more, 2 from that, it will go faster. That is the point. Adding right person with a smaller number you can do. That's what we are saying, metacognition. Very simple concept, right? Yeah. So more voxels, that means I have 100,000, so I do a feature analysis. All that result will be good. No, you find the right 1,000. If you can find the right 1,000, that's it. In all this problem, that is the problem, right? Okay. So these are the things, right? You see here 19,000, whereas 906. And the locations we have mapped back. Which are the locations at the, see, these are all technical terms. Again, you have to talk to your doctor and get it cleared on that. Insula, all this area. Just a sample. Okay. So what is the study indicated? Yeah. Okay. This is a good point, right? 60 to 69 in the age group. Sound processing. If you are losing hearing, good indication of onset of Alzheimer. Okay, don't say all the fellows who get the hearing problem will get Alzheimer. No. Likely case. You see, immediately, even my age, my daughter says I am hard of hearing. So can I conclude I am getting Alzheimer? No. Early indications are like that. Primary auditory cortex. 70 to 79 age group, memory problems. Which are the areas getting affected? Because that brain location is responsible for that function. And 80 to 89, encoding, retrieval, all these are definitely yes. Okay. Yeah. What is that? No. From the data, all the people who exhibited Alzheimer, they have indicated this. I'm not saying, see, it's not a necessary condition. I'm not saying that all the people having this problem will get Alzheimer disease. Yeah, Alzheimer is in the old age only. Alzheimer is old age only. That's why no data below 60. See, nobody has done that analysis. You know, in the sense, that's why you have data. Don't blindly analyze the data. Segregate, especially medical medical analysis and all. Age group, gender group, which one gets affected, which part gets affected. All those questions are important. Yeah. Any question? Somebody wanted to ask, then sudden silent. Okay, in male person's emotion related problems, right? If you are feeling that your wife has gone up without telling you, you get upset and all, right? Emotion. Or your son is not listening to you. All happened, right? Because age, generation gap. Children nowadays, Okay. No, I'm not elaborating, but this is the indication. Okay. Now let's look at the other and female person, mainly memory related problems. Memory. Because emotional problem they don't have. You know why? Because they create the emotional problem. sorry, all the ladies. Please pardon me. This is a punchline I wanted to use. No, I'm just joking. Anyhow, you get, because they are very strong. Now, based on the study results, we find empirical only. Honestly, I tell you, males are not that courageous. Ladies are very strong. I know. How do I know? From my experience. My wife takes very good decisions at critical times. I'm not able to. I'm getting see this another problem. If you study PhD research and all, you will be analyzing. Can I do this? Can I do that? What happens if this, and all the time? Management, a decision at the right time is more important than delaying procrastination. Correct? I'm not able to. So emotion, that is emotion, right? Yeah, analyzing. Okay. Anyhow, you got this. Okay, right. Based on the analysis of the study, we found this. Okay. So the conclusion is now. Okay, we have done only for Alzheimer. Answer is no. We have done for autism. We have done for ADHD. ADHD means attention deficit hyperactive kids, right? And that's very difficult problem because it's a young age, brain has not developed. And classification is very, very difficult in that case. With this kind of techniques, we have done that. Parkinson disease, epilepsy, all neural disorder case, you can study with that. Preclinical stage. Yeah. Early detection, right? So, see, 60, if a fellow is there, by the time you realize in 70s, nothing can be done. At least you can take care of that. There is no cure, no injection. Go on, no. Okay. A lot of research avenues, more and that's why I said interdisciplinary area, right? Don't say image processing. Image processing, 100,000 papers have come. Whatever you do, they will not accept. Go across the other disciplines, healthcare. Anything you do, a lot of work is going on, diabetic, heart, brain, all these kind of problems. Of course, you have to work with a hospital or a doctor. That's very important. Anytime, any question, anything you are doing, is it in the right direction? Because we are not an expert in that discipline. So you have to take his opinion. Okay. So these are all the publications. I will leave it. There are, okay, we have done this in real valued. Then we have done in complex. Why complex? ECE. Any signals come with both magnitude and phase. All the time we look at only magnitude. We forget about phase. More important information is phase. So how do you handle all that? And of course, neurofuzzy, medical informatics, I said that. Video analytics, you can use this to, especially airport monitoring, surveillance, all security and all, right? Based on the observed movement of a person, can you get human emotion recognition, then complex value signal processing, radar signal, SAR, future direction, open problems, right? Yeah, this okay. These are all minor. Human thinking, we have not gone further. Common sense. How do you build common sense? We have the one capacity is common sense. Some pre-experienced knowledge, right? You have to bring it to the learning also. How do you transfer learning? If you are expert in one domain, how do you transfer to another domain? All area and deep learning also. Can I implement this in a deep learning? Suppose instead of 100,000 data, I blindly learn all that thing. Can I reduce the size of the data and learn? All are possible. Yeah. Social learning. Yeah. Collaborative learning, right? How do I? 3 networks learning together. 3 or 4. That's what students do, right? And the way they share is one fellow is expert in one area, others are not that clear, they share the knowledge. Okay. I think the transfer knowledge, I said that. These are all my students and all that. We developed over a period of 10 years, 5, 6, 7 years. And yeah, that's it. Okay, I think I had taken how many, 1 hour, more than 1 hour. Any questions, anything? Yeah.
You are 15 minutes ahead of schedule, so don't be.
Ahead, is it?
2 minutes, yeah.
No, no.
We are actually 15 minutes ahead of schedule in some sense, but that's not that way.
Yeah, yeah. Are
So
you
thank you
giving a
very-
nice word to
Thank
me?
you for very much for the talk. In
Okay.
fact, wherever neural networks can be used, and the metacognitive, any learning basically, not necessarily neural network. Whenever machine learning is used,
Yeah.
you put in one more layer. So the application domain is only imagination. That way. You can apply anywhere you want. That way. In fact, after listening to him for about 2 years back, we actually applied that in one of the satellite control applications. So essentially, the whole idea is if your error is already small, don't learn it. If the error is suddenly large, then wait. I mean, maybe it's outlier basically, right? So these are some of the basic things that you don't do it actually, instead of blindly doing that. All right. So thanks a lot again to Professor Sundarajan. It's a fantastic talk. Okay, no, we'll take the questions. We'll take the question. Yeah. Professor Subrat. Professor Subrat has a question. Yeah. Give you that. I'll give you that. आपका question No, probably the right answer is you are not the right person, including Professor Sundarajan, to answer that question probably. So this goes to this neuroscience and all that, right? So that is see, given the data, converting it to knowledge is some of us do that actually that way. But whether the data itself kind of represents something, what you're asking is typically deep neuroscience problems. So that is actually better answered by those people basically. Hello, any other question or comments? Young people. No? Anybody from computer science, neural networks? No questions, nothing at all? Okay, fine. Then let us thank Professor Sundarajan again. Probably the university would like to kind of honor him with a token of memento and other things, for which I will give the dash to her.
I thank Professor Sundarajan for sharing the emerging research area that is metacognitive in relation to the neural network, which is definitely an eye-opening for people who are not from the technology background, and they can think about something, correlate the relation of this cognitive process with the neural network. Now I request Provost Professor Radhakant Padi sir to felicitate today's chief guest, Professor N. Sundarajan, with a memento as a token of the delight and respect for being significant part of this abiding occasion. I request the house to do the honor with a great round of applause. Now it's time for a tea break. I request the house to move towards the adjacent side, the site of this room, and we'll resume back after 15.
There's a little bit of metacognition part of it. Just stop here a little bit. There's a little bit of surprise part of it. Okay. So I think the previous year's award winners are here. And it is our duty rather to kind of at least have some recognition in this ceremony as well. So we thought, okay, they've received their case awards already, other certificates are already there. But because we are meeting on marks for the first time, let us invite them here for a little bit of recognition or maybe felicitation, whatever. So we'll call, I don't know names of some of them I know, but all of them may not know. Professor Sujata, first person. She was the last year's Kalam Awardee. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. You come here. Ah. you have to. Not the award, but the. Oh. Yeah, Dr. Rukmini. All right. Well, yeah. Then who else is there? Must Sonaprabha probably? Yeah. You come and announce.
Yeah, next is Dr. Dojalisa Sahu from School of Applied Science.
Well, all of you who got the scarf supposed to come here next. With your scarf,
With your scarf.
including last year and this year together.
So we'll have a group photo. So this year's winners and last year winner with your scarves, you can come here with your Putriya. Photo. So all of you are please invited here for a group photograph. Please put on your uttariyas and come, please.
Like political leaders.
So a big congratulations once again to all of them. Now we can have a short break for tea. Tea is just outside this room.
12:15. Next session will start at 12:15 as per the schedule.
session will be on the presentations given by the faculty who have won the Provost Annual Research Award this year. So we'll start with presentations to be made by winners of Eminent Achiever Award, our assistant professor category winners. And the first one to speak will be, I would like to invite Dr. Satyabrat Nanda to give his presentation. Dr. Satyabrat Nanda is currently heading the Department of Biotechnology, MS Swaminathan School of Agriculture. He is a PhD in biotechnology with a specialization in plant protection and a 2-year overseas postdoc experience at China National Rice Research Institute. His research is primarily focused on plant protection by using functional genomics and RNAi. He has published in several reputed journals, and the cumulative impact factor of his publication is more than 115. He has an H index of 13 with more than 450 citations. He has received 3 research grants from different funding agencies, including the Science and Engineering Research Board, SAR, Government of India, Postdoctoral Science Foundation of China, and Zhejiang Provincial Grant, Government of China. So I request Dr. Nanda to come and make his presentation.
Hello. Yeah. Very good afternoon to all, and I thank Rajishta Madam for such a nice introduction. I'll not take much time, and I believe we are from different backgrounds here. So I'll talk about my research works, a bit of that, and I'll talk more of science than technology. So we all can understand that, and I hope I will not bore you all with all these technological terms. So to begin with, I'll be talking on the functional genomics of agriculture insects. So insects, we all know, we all see them. Some of the insects, they feed on the plants and mostly on the agriculture crops. So we can control the insect by variety of means. And today I'm going to focus how we can employ functional genomics approach to control those insects. I'll be focusing on 2 insects, 2 primary pests of rice. One is from rice, another is from the vegetable crops. So one is BPH, commonly known as BPH, that is brown plant hopper. This, okay, it's not working. The first one, this one is BPH, and the second one is Hadda beetle, commonly known as Hadda beetle. The zoological name is pretty mouthful. It is Henosepilantia viginto octopunctata. The name itself says viginto octopunctata because viginto means 20, octo means 8, punctata means spots. So if you see the body itself, there are 28 spots on this insect. That's why the name comes. So these both pests are very precarious and very dreadful to the crops. BPH damage rice, causing hopper burn, and which is a very big problem all over the world. And this Hadda beetle is an emerging pest, especially in India and China. So, yeah. Normally what we do to control any pest, we employ insecticides, right? We employ different chemical insecticides or different synthetic insecticides. That's a very common practice. However, it is comes back and attacks us only, like it causes different environmental hazards. And so this kind of phenomenon is said paradox. We said the insecticide paradox means when we are aiming to control the insect infestation by employing insecticides, but by doing so or by exploiting so, we are causing this 3R principle: resistance, residue, and resurgence. Means the insects may show resistance to that particular insecticide. The residue means they may develop residual parts within their body that causes even improved resistance. And resurgence means by employing the insecticides, we are not only killing the targeted pest, but also we are killing the natural enemies. Sorry, yeah. So by employing the chemical insecticides, which are mostly broad spectrum, we are killing the pest along with the natural enemies, like let's say ants. Okay. So in that manner, what we are causing, we are causing the resurgence of the insect population. They will be coming more and more. So it's a complete failure, or other than we are actually, making, we are helping them to attack more on the pest, on the crops. So this paradox should be solved by the most probable way is IPM, integrated pest management, where we may switch to biopesticides, biocontrol, or even genomics approach. Genomics approach could be variety of things, including genome editing. I'll be talking on RNA interference, a technique where we basically aim at the insect genes to knock down them, and in doing so we are controlling the population, or we're controlling the insect infestations. So what happens when the insect comes and attacks a crop? It feeds on it, either it sucks it or it chews it. There are two types of sucking and chewing. By doing so, if the plant itself has a RNA construct inside the plant, that is we call transformative, then the pest will suck the sap or chew the plant parts, along with it will take the RNA and it will die. Else we can also apply foliar application of dsRNA, means like we spray fertilizer or insecticide, we can also spray the RNA molecules or dsRNA molecules. When the insect come and eat it, it will induce the RNA effect. And you can see that in RNA effect is not a outsider thing. The insect itself has the machinery in the body. So when the key genes will be targeted in the insect body, it will cannot defend it and it will die, or it will be down regulated, the population. So in our work, what we have done first, like Sir was saying, meta learning, we have loads and loads of information, but we have to screen it out, right? What we need and what we don't need. Similarly, what we tried with a transcriptomic approach, means we sequence the entire transcriptome of the insect, and we got a load of data. You can see the volcano plot where there are many genes which are significantly upregulated or downregulated depending on the scenario. And from them, we selected some of the target genes or candidate genes. And then we silenced them by using this RNA method. We injected to the insect the dsRNA, which then started the RNA process. So in that, by doing so, you can see the graphs, the insect population are going down. Also in the survival graphs here, you can see the significant down regulation of the survival rate, means when we do the injection, when we do the RNA, the insect are dying. Similarly, some more target genes here and the same effect. So whatever genes we have selected, this gene selection is not randomly. Of course, we have done some in silico mining, means bioinformatic analysis, gene ontology kind of things, where we find out that these genes may have this kind of potential function. So we take only the important genes, and then we did the RNA. So in both cases, you can see, I'm showing currently the BPH case, the brown plant hopper. You can see when we knock down the genes, the insect are going down, or they're dying, they are not surviving. And by doing so, we have developed a very complex looking model for plant protection. I'll not explain this model, don't worry. It looks pretty complex and I need time for that also. Why I'm showing this, if you have a look, we have E's. Can you see this E and question mark, right? E there, also here E. These E's are called effector molecule, like in, let's say, COVID. The COVID itself doesn't cause us, it doesn't attack us. There's some particular parts of this COVID virus, or we say antigens, that causes the infection in us. Similarly, in insect also, the resistant breakdown of a plant happens because of this kind of effector molecules or effector proteins. In BPS, the effector molecules has not been identified yet, which are actually the BPS effector molecules. To do so, we tried, and this research gap is being addressed by my current project. Previous works, they worked as a POC, proof of concept, and I applied to the SCRB board to give me the funding for identifying of this effector molecules, and currently I'm doing that. Now, apart from this, I'm also working on the hadametal, as I said. So in this case also, similarly, we have find out some target genes and we did the knocking down assays. Okay, sorry. We did the knocking down assays and we found that a very similar progression has been made where when we knock out a very key genes, the insects are dying. They are not surviving. Here also you can show, there are many results. I have omitted many. I've only shown something. So you can see there is one gene called FTZ. It's a nuclear factor. When you knock out or when you knock down this gene, the EC or the cuticle, endocuticle is not being formed. It's dissolved here. It's not being formed. Means the inside of the insect is the layer is not being formed. So it will obviously be dead at the very instar stage, at the very nascent stage only. Okay, so out of these works are very recent in 2021, 2022, we are doing this and the results from good publications. And then again, I will use this publication as the POC and I am trying to formulate the dsRNA pesticides or RNAi pesticides. So that will be a good work. So let's see, I am hopeful on this. This is my rice BPH interaction group. I started this work in China while I was doing BPH postdoctoral fellowship. And obviously funding from China and now from Government of India, SCRB and Centurion. This is my Hada Beetle group. I am currently collaborating with China, CAU, South China Agricultural University, University of Kentucky, USA, and obviously CUTM. I received from funding from China, Government of India, SCRB, and CUTM. Other important collaborators, apart from them, I'm working on mostly the chemical residue, or like I said, the 3R principle. So I'm working on the insecticide toxicology and insecticide ecology, all these things. So that is my collaborator in that front, Professor Lin from GAS, China. Professor Suresh Gawande, he is from DOGR, ICAR. With him, I'm working on the triangle of plant protection, means plant, insect, and pathogen. How the three regulate and how they matter in the area of plant protection. And we're working on onion. And then third, Dr. Rupesh Deshmukh, I'm working with him on RNAi and genome editing. He's from NABI. He was from NABI, now he moved to Plux University recently. Thank you. So I'll take some questions. Yes, sir. Sir, there are two types of subjection of RNAi. Either we can inject, we can also give the oral feeding. The first part I showed, yes, it will eat, sir. It has to eat because it will survive on when it eat. It has no other choices, right? When the insect comes on a plant, it has to feed on the plant. It will may not be, but because we'll be spraying the dsRNA only, not with any other things. So it will like water only. Yes, yes. Yes, we have tested this for these ones. These one, they are all oral. What we have done, we have taken brinjal leaves and we soaked with the dsRNA and we gave that the insect to eat. They are happily eating and then dying. Yes. Sir. Yes, sir.
But not the insects come in a big form.
Yes, not all insect. No, sir. Not all insect come in swamp. That is like a different thing actually. No, they don't also come in swamps. Swamps are mostly for locust kind of insects, locust hoppers like this. They are very much not that much migrative. Yes, sir. We are actually trying on the spray thing. We are developing formulations and also the application, maybe UAV or foliar application like this. Okay. Any other question, please? Sir. Normally, sir, we don't inject. Like I said, we are checking the delivery. Like if we inject, what is happening? If we them oral feeding, what is happening? But we're mostly concentrating on oral feeding. We'll just spray it. So they will definitely, the insects are there, and it's very. No, definitely not, sir. Yes, for research purpose, we are checking injection and along with oral feeding. Yes, exactly. So and also, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. And also, I would like to add one more thing. This dsRNA is very, very specific. So, if we are spraying it, it will not affect the natural enemies. We have also tested that. In fact, our recent paper was on that one, predicting the non-target effects of the dsRNA. Yes. So, yes, we have also tested that. It's very safe if you are designing and if you are choosing the dsRNA construct very nicely, it will not affect other insects. The problem is in rice pest is very clever. It's a sucking pest. It will not chew. It will not eat. It's a sucking pest. So that is the pest is also very clever. We are not only the humans that clever. Yes, sir. Okay.
So any more questions for Dr. Nanda?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to add here that Dr. Nanda is a very promising young researcher that Centurion has. We are proud of him. He has recently won the Faculty Research Excellence Award for his patents. And apart from the SIR project, he is now also working on getting NABL accreditation for phytopharma lab, biotech and phytopharma lab. Okay. And he is also asked recently to head also the speed breeding group, which they are trying to do something on genetics, genomics, gene editing that he was saying. So we have lots of hope from him. He may be a very good, promising candidate also to win the coming this academic year's faculty award that we had announced, incentive awards and all. So thank you, Dr. Nanda. Congratulations once again. Yeah, next I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Kumar Sadangi. He is assistant professor in chemistry from Balangir campus, and he has won the Eminent Achiever Award. And I would like to introduce him through his bio note. Dr. Ashish Kumar Sadangi is currently working as assistant professor, School of Applied Science, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Balangir. He has received his PhD in chemistry in 2010 from Sambalpur University. He has 19 years of teaching experience in technical and non-technical degree colleges and universities. 20 years of post-PhD research experience. He has supervised one PhD candidate. He is a fellow and life member of several professional bodies like Society of Chemistry, Chemical Industry, Indian Association of Nuclear Chemists and Allied Scientists, Indian Society for Technical Education, the Indian Science Congress Association, Odisha Chemical Society. He is also reviewer and editorial board member in more than 25 national and international journals. He has got outstanding contribution in reviewing award. He has attained and presented more than 30 research papers in international and national symposium and conferences. He has more than 53 publications in refereed peer-reviewed international and national journals. He has been twice abroad as invited speaker in different international conference. He is now actively engaged in research activities in the field of molecular modeling, drug design, coordination chemistry, material science, epidemiology, and environmental engineering. He has published one book with a reputed publisher. So please come and give your presentation, Dr. Sadangi.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Register Madam. Thank you, the dignitaries. I am very much happy that I am selecting as for this award function. And actually, my area of interest is totally chemistry. And but I am after COVID period, but I'm very much interested about the epidemiology, study of epidemiology. So that's why I have published more than 20 papers of, regarding this epidemiology in the field of COVID, study of COVID. And I have selecting this paper because of this. This is not a research paper. This is just a letter to editor that I have just giving my idea to the research community about these Omicrons. And this paper is accepted in 2022, February 3rd, and very much appreciated by this journal. So Omicron variants, it is very familiar to know about these peoples, and this COVID era is highly devastating, and say that Omicrons is comes in the year of 2021 December end, and these Omicron variants are actually giving variants of concern by WHO in 26th of December. So this variant of concern is highly transmissible. This is highly transmissible, and it is transmit rate is much more faster than the other Delta or Alpha Beta COVID virus lineage. So this Omicron B.1.1.529 means this is a Pongo lineage. Pongo committee give the name of this variant as a era for 1 point, the dot having a values, and this is about the code of the genetic information given by this nomenclature. And just I am giving my thoughts, concerns to challenges and recent updates in this discussion. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Good. Thank you. So this is the paper, published paper, front page of this paper. Just I am giving the concerns and challenges of the updates about these Omicrons, how actually Omicrons are transmitted, what are the genome sequence of Omicrons, and everything should be discussed here. Greatly, I'm happy to say that actually this is the common thing, as everybody should know about this virus, and it is very familiar that Omicron is transmit rate is much more, and first of all, these Omicrons lineage are detected in South Africa in 24th of November, and at 26th WHO declared that it is a variant of concerns. So variant of concerns means it is the transmission rate is much more, morbidity is effective, and the death rate is much more. That's why the WHO recognize that this is a variant of concerns, just like the alpha, beta, and delta variants, because their morbidity, the death rates, and everything should be much more. So through this pyramid, I'm explaining about what is this Omicron, what is the effect of Omicrons, and what actually the peoples are suffering from this type of lineage disease. COVID-19 cases are gradually increasing at that time, not right now. It is the discussion about at February 22. This paper is published February 3rd of 22, and this is the data, cumulative data collected in that time. Okay, so this is crossing mark of 350 millions. The cases are detected 350 millions. Confirmed cases are 5.6 million, and the death rate, you imagine the death rate is also much more. But what are the effect mainly shows on this type of infection? Mild infection. This is mild infection. No doubt it is mild infection, but there is a headache, body ache, and muscle ache, cause fever. Everything should be actually problems should be generated in our body. So hospitalization rate are actually less, but the transmission rate is much more. So maximum people are affected Yeah. Yeah, I'm just explaining about these conclusions. Yeah, I am explaining about the conclusion, what I have predict here regarding that. This is about news and Omicrons, how actually I'm explaining about these two components, how actually flu and COVID-19 are combined together, and they're devastatingly affected to our mankind. That is, that news will soon become Delmicron, but Delta and Omicron variants are combined together. These are the symptoms of both flu and COVID-19. And IHU is also one type of combinations of the 14 mutations, 46 mutations should be occurs in documented in France. So everybody actually through that, this is the data is collected from WHO. And my point is for explanation is only single variants effect is not much more, but flu and COVID both are two different viruses. They are combined together, they are devastatingly effective. That should be reported in by WHO, and both COVID-19 and influenza are intermixed with each other, and that at the same time that should be catastrophic for the humankind. So respiratory tract are highly infected. That means effect of actually organs like liver and mainly livers, and graduatingly other parts of the organs are highly affected. So this is our literature survey. I don't explain about the literature survey about this, how different times are there, and how actually the peoples are detecting the combinations, and how they are using different type of treatment methods. So let us discuss about the vaccine development, how vaccines should be developed. Everybody should know there is a monoclonal antibody infection vaccines, that is NTD effect and RBD effect. This is monoclonal antibody as compared to others, it is slightly effective because it is dominating the proteins, the spike proteins and the NTU2 level of the receptors are combined together, and the entry level of the cells are much more effectively growth. So if you compare the dose about these vaccines, as we know that these are the two vaccines, mainly first dose and second dose, and now we all are injected with the booster dose, and the study will be going on for this two dose of this type of vaccine, CHAdOx1. This is, all of you know that this is our Covishield. So this Covishield is developed by Oxford and AstraZeneca Vaccine Serum Institute, and this is just a chimpanzee adenosine vaccines, and the effect about this vaccine on Delta variant and the Omicron variant is different. So this is considerably neutralization effect, and almost this is neutralized. Means these vaccines is almost neutralize the effect of Omicron, but not so much of that Delta variants, according to the study. The second dose of the Pfizer is developed in America, and this better neutralization effect. If you compare this will be better as compared in Delta variant and Omicron variant. It is much more because of this 40-fold effect. Okay, so this is second dose effect of Covishield vaccines, asymptomatic mild infection, some neutralization effect, more 8-fold reduction is there. In both cases, there is a difference. The effect is different. Then after first dose, second dose, and booster dose, considerably it is neutralized. Means this Delta and the Omicron variants are considerably neutralized. Neutralize the effect after booster dose. Okay, so mixed and the match of these two types of vaccines, such as this Pfizer and Moderna, this type of vaccines are mixed together and improve the potentiality of the particular effect. So that should be needed a study. So two types of vaccine mixed together and inject in our human body. So what are the effect that should be studied again and again? So this is my conclusion about this, this is very common to wear a mask and actually use a hand sanitizer and actually maintaining social distances. This is very common. The findings of this work or the study is this is actually SARS-CoV variants are more possesses never-ending pandemic. Because of this we must focus on the COVID-19 prevention and control the strategies reputed in implemented, educate strictly. So what are the strategy? We have to plan it and it is implemented with effectiveness. Okay, so they should actually they would facilitate the spread of COVID-19 and emerging variant in minimum level. So efficiently control the COVID-19 pandemic in coming time. So let us try to explain how utmost necessary formulate the action plans, provide the strategies of immediately what are the action plans. We have to just plan it out. Protective control must be developed, and then immediate for this Omicrons is now it is not gripping the world, but COVID virus is there inside our living system, but the effect will be very less. Now because all peoples are vaccinated thrice, the first dose, second dose, and third dose. That's why these are we have to huge surge about the COVID-19 and the variant of Delta. Lastly, formulate the appropriate parenthesis of this future restriction ongoing pandemic under consequent variants of new super variants must be higher priority. So you have to give the variants and the new super variant for the better on higher priority and develop it for mankind. When you force COVID-19, therefore the vaccination of campaigning is must required. Campaigning of vaccination is required. Appropriate routine behavior changes will also more and more vital for adopting a safety measures. So routine behavior, just like wearing a mask and using hand sanitizers, these are the routine behaviors. So behavioral change will affecting more people's lifestyle. So this is my conclusion, and these are few papers that I have published based upon Omicron, SARS-CoV-2 virus, and these are few papers published in this year, 2022. 9 papers. One best paper is on a monkeypox virus also is accepted, and I have studied some in silico study of the genomic sequencing regarding this. So this is my thoughts that I have placed in Journal of Medical Virology in the month of February 2022. Yeah, actually, I think that through in that period, in pandemic periods. Yeah. My contribution is the conclusion part to ever the people that have behavior. What are the routine behaviors should not be changed, just like mask, wearing a mask, hand sanitizer, and everything. And we have to take seriously about this variant concerns. Yeah, that I just aware these peoples and giving some message that these variants are highly transferable, and through our regular practice we have to just check it out. And I'm doing some work on masks also, sir. But my normal work is actually designing a drug, implementation of drug design, everything. And I'm under Center of Drug Design, so that I'm doing a lot of work under this, and I'm just try to guide students. Yeah, this is my work in COVID periods. From COVID periods, normal work is synthesis of drug design. Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Ashish Kumar Sadangi. He also had won recently the Research Excellence Award for his patents. So thank you for your presentation. Now we'll move on to the next award winner under the Eminent Award Achiever Award, Dr. Chandrasekhar Das. He has completed his Bachelor of Technology in Electronics and Communication Engineering from VPUT Odisha in 2011 and Master of Technology in VLSI Design from Vellore Institute of Technology in 2014. He then went to join a full-time PhD with the School of Electronics, since Vellore Institute of Technology from 2014 to 2019. He has also served as Junior Research Fellow in DRDO and DST projects. Presently, he is serving as an assistant professor with the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, CUTM, Odisha. His research interests include VLSI devices and circuits, non-volatile memory technology and its advanced applications, electronics, material, and nanotechnology. He has published more than 40 research articles in journals of national and international repute, published 2 patents, and guided 1 PhD research scholar and 1 MTech student. Currently, he is actively working on processor design in collaboration with Incore Semiconductor, Chennai. So I welcome Dr. Chandrasekhar Das to give his presentation.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, ma'am, for a nice introduction. Yeah. Okay. So, so my work is on the synthesis and physical design of chromite M SoC. It is typically the Type C Class C Shakti processor developed by IITM group, and we are working in collaboration with them. So chromite M SoC, it is typically, if we talk, it's a 64-bit microcontroller, and where it is and it's not its core and it is completely open source, and it is designed using BlueSpec, right? And this here, for compiling this, what we are doing, we are using your BlueSpec system Verilog language compiler, which is even open source, and which provides us the Verilog modules onto which we are performing the physical design, right? And to be honest, and one important feature is, yes, is this chromite core. What I'm telling over here, it's not a single, it's a core generator. Rather, it's not a single core. It means that it can be used in many configurations. Suppose we can go for different kinds of different quantity of your information cache or data cache, or even we can go for some different variants of branch predictor units. And in that way, with different configurations, we can make it to operate. And the advantage of it being a core generator is the verification plan what we are developing. It can be used, what we have developed for a single core, it also can be used for different configurations, right? And typically, currently, it is in soft IP. It means that it is available, it is open access, and it is in the form of SDLs, some hardware descriptive languages. And if you compare its performance matrix, it gives around 1.78 DMIPS per megahertz, and the core performance is around 3.2 core marks per megahertz. So what is our objective? As I said, it is already available in the form of a soft IP. So what we are working here is we are trying to hardening the core. We are trying to harden the core, or otherwise we are going for its layout, and we are taking it through a GPDK 45 nanometer library. And to that, after hardening it, to that we are insisting to add design for testability models, DFT models into that, and overall to automate the process of this synthesis and physical design. What we are doing, we are developing, we have written certain TCL scripts. We have written some tool command language TCL scripts in order to automate the design. So if you go for the methodology, the first thing it was started, we have taken an it started with FPGA implementation, where we have used an AT100T board, right? And in that, the first thing, what are the softwares that we have used? We have used the BlueSpec compiler in order to compile the code. And from there, we have obtained the Verilog modules. And these Verilog modules, they are simulated by the Verilator. Then the next tool what we have used is a RISC-V toolchain. This tool basically decides what is the code that we can simulate on the ChromiTime, right? And on to that, then we have used this RISC-V OpenOCD that is assist in the process of debugging the core. And finally, the designed core is synthesized using Vivado 2019, Xilinx Vivado, and the code is flashed into the FPGA. And the second phase, what we are doing, we are currently working, this is synthesis and physical design. So in this phase, we are using the Cadence tool, and where we are using the Genus tool for synthesis and Incisive for performing the gate level simulation, and Innovus to move from RTL to GDS2 phase. So this is typically the ChromiTime SoC architecture, where we can see at the top right, where we can see, top left, we can see over here. So this is the ChromiTime core. Onto that, it is having some arithmetic logic blocks. We do have a physical memory protection unit, and in addition to that, we have branch prediction unit, and we have data and information caches. And these are some of the, if you see other things, this JTAG is there for performing debug. And here we have, these are some of the third-party IPs which are available with the RT100T board. So this is where the tool setup is done. And so before building the target, these are the steps into the FPGA. These are the steps that we got to follow. First one is what we need to clone the repository. Then configuring, we decide which board we are going to use, where we are using the RT102 board. And this is the running the configuration. This is the configuration script what we have developed. It means that once we just give that script, automatically right from the cloning to till the debug, all the process will happen. And so these are the things. And here, this is the encode. What is the core we have dumped into our FPGA? And onto that code, what we have done on that FPGA, we have on that FPGA board, we also tried to run a code. So on that SoC, so here we have just taken an example of a simple hello world program, and that is what we have executed. On that, again, we have these are the here showing the list of the register files that are present within it. And onto that, what we did again on Linux, we have gone for installing a Zephyr OS, which is believed to be more stable. And onto that, we have also executed a small program to check the stability of the SoC. So this is the situation over here. And then we gone for the which is our work, which is our part, that is our RTL synthesis. So what is that? This is the process of hardening the IP. So here, initially what we have done is first step is what mapping results. So what we have done, we have for synthesizing, we have used the Genus tool, and which is automated, fully automated with Cadence. And from there we have obtained and we have mapped the parameters with the library, and these are the results what we have obtained. And if you see the core, it takes around 3,10,846 micrometer square of area. And here then we have got the check design report, which provides us the detail regarding the sequential and other combinational pins that we have obtained used in the IC. And here we can see, as I told you, this Chromite core is just 6 different stages. The first stage is the PC generation stage, or the program counter generation stage. And here the next stage is what the fetch stage. And these are the 5-6 different stages that are used to execute an instruction. Once the instruction is fetched, then the instruction is in the stage 2, it is decoded, followed by it is executed in the instruction is executed in the execution stage. And then we went to the memory stage where it is stored, followed by a write back stage, which gives us the back an address to the next to the program counter. So these are the reports what we have obtained. This is the area report what we have obtained. And next one is the number of net list and what are the different instances of sequential logic and inverter and buffer. This is what we have used over here. It is shown over here. And these are the counts of number of instances of the standard cells that we have used. It is shown over here. And this is a percentage what is taken by the sequential, logic, and inverter and buffer. This is shown over here. The next one is we have developed a DFT pattern for the testing pattern for the scores, because we see here most of the blocks what we are using, these are made up of flip-flops. So what we did, we have inserted a set of test vectors into it, and we just try to fetch the vectors, and we found that both the things, what the pattern what we have given and what we have obtained, both are identical, and the design, it does not depict any kind of DFT violations. So this is the power consumption. So this is the total power consumption what it is giving in nanowatt. And finally, the timing result which we have obtained, and it take a response time of around 1912 picoseconds. And this physical design, here we are working on it. Currently, we are trying to go for the layout of this one, and we are trying optimizing it. So this is one script what you have written. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to show. Okay, fine. And so what we have done, the summary and future scope. So what we have done till now is we have gone for the FPGA implementation of chromatic MSOC in a RT100 board. The second phase is in order to harden the chromite core, RTL synthesis is performed using Genus, and gate level simulation is done using InSys tool. Physical design is to be performed to make the hard macro of the chromite core and explore its possibility in some possible embedded applications. Sir, IP part is, sir, we are working on converting this. It's a soft IP, it is available. So what we are doing, we are into the backend part where we are backend designing. So where we are doing the synthesis and trying to bring its layouts. Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar Das. He has also won the recent Research Excellence Award. One thing I would like to tell is that he's a very silent and shy employee. I am happy that he applied for this award. Generally, he would remain behind and he would not apply for many of the things. And this is his second innings. First innings he had left. Yeah, we have, sir. But then, yeah, this time also some got nominated. Self-nomination, application, yes, both are there. So what I wanted to add is that this is his second innings. First time was very short with Centurion. He had left and now he has come back. I'm sure that in this second innings, he will bring a lot of laurels. Because he had left and gone, he had also missed the promotion that he was due, because you have to have certain period of work here. But that became a blessing in disguise. He could apply for the assistant professor that level award, and he has come as winner. So thank you, Dr. Das, and continue working. Now I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Kumar Satpathy. He has obtained his PhD from Sambalpur University in collaboration with Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, Kolkata. He is presently assistant professor at Department of Physics, School of Applied Science, Centurion University, Bhubaneswar campus. He has guided 6 MPhil students and 3 continuing PhD students. He is still guiding them. He has more than 5 years of teaching and 5 years of research experience. His current area of research is ferroelectrics, advanced ceramic materials, multi-ferroics, polymer ceramic, composites, and other ceramic materials. He has more than 34 research articles in different international and national journals. He has published 6 book chapters and 2 edited book ongoing from Elsevier and Taylor and Francis. The current expertise in the field of nanostructured materials has strengthened his confidence and encouraged him to continue in the field of energy storage applications. I invite Dr. Satpathy to give his presentation. I think you are from the Research Center for New Materials. Good, please come.
Look. So, good afternoon to all of you. Wishing you all a very happy Teachers' Day. Respected Provost, Register Madam, Director, Chief Guest, and all the senior faculty, and my dear colleagues. Today, I'm going to present one of my research article, which is recently published in Brazilian Journal of Physics, and the topic is entitled by the study of structural, dielectric, electrical, and magnetic properties of samarium doped bismuth ferrite and lead zirconate. And my plan of presentation are based on introduction, methodology, then it will be based on your characterization, a result and discussion, conclusion, and some of my publication in this year. And in introduction, I'm going to discuss about why we are going to, or my research topic is on material science, and why I'm doing research in material science. And then I'm going to discuss about why I'm going to use the peroxide material, basically, because this is the topic is based on the peroxide material, that is bismuth ferrite and lead zirconate, both are the peroxide material. Then I'm going to discuss why I'm choosing bismuth ferrite. In introduction, I'll discuss all these things. Then I'll discuss my result and discussion parts. So why I'll choose the material science, because as all aware about all these things that nowadays the energy requirement is high, and due to fulfill this energy requirement, we are basically do research in material science to produce some energy storage device. That's why now scientists are working on the material science to fulfill the requirement of energy, because the energy requirement is exponentially rise and is projected to be triple at the end of the century. Then why I choose peroxide material? Peroxide material is basically the general formula of peroxide material is AbO3, that is like bismuth ferrite, I have the peroxide material used, and BiFeO3. So AbX3 is the general formula of the peroxide material. And the peroxide material have a beautiful aspect, because the pure peroxide material is basically used nowadays. Scientists are used for energy storage device application. But there is some problem in peroxide materials for energy storage device. To overcome this situation, to overcome the high performance or high conversion efficiency, environmental friendliness, innovative side effect, greatly enhanced conductivity, activity, and your electrochemical stability, high specific power, and so on. All these things are required to develop for peroxide material, and which is possible by doping something into a peroxide material. And yes. Yes, electrical properties you are studying. Yes, sir. No, it is about capacitor also. We are only prepare the material and we study the properties, whether it will be applicable for capacitor and energy storage device also. Yes. It is capacitors. Yes. Okay. So the current issue and potential futures of the peroxide materials in energy conversion and storage application depends on our ability to comprehend the innovative synthesis, application, performance, and dielectric and electrical mechanism of this material. So these are the basic things why we choose materials, then why we choose the peroxide materials. But now, why do I research in bismuth ferrite? Okay, so bismuth ferrite is basically an interesting material which shows a multiferroic behavior. Multiferroic means not only the single multiferroic means two of the ferroic property must be shown in a material are known as the multiferroic material. One is your ferromagnetic property, another one is the ferroelectricity material. That's why the bismuth ferrite is one of the essential multiferroic material in recent days. But there is some problem in multiferroic in this bismuth ferrite material. To overcome that problem, we are doping in this material. What is that problem? The biggest problem of the bismuth ferrite is that there is a secondary phase is coming when we are at room temperature. When doing the XRD, we found some secondary phases in the XRD pattern, and due to the secondary phases, the properties which are going to be shown by the this bismuth ferrite are not there. So to bismuth ferrite exhibits some secondary phases for which significant issues in industrial fields like large leakage current, high impurity phases, and loss in the dielectric properties. So to overcome this situation, we are partially doped rare earth metals with bismuth ferrite based material helps in improving the electrical, magnetic, and optical properties of the given material. So my prepared material is this one. This is lanthanum, that is a bismuth ferrite and lead zirconate with different concentration of samarium I am doped. So my objective here in my paper is that to prepare the material by using the solid-state reaction technique, then study its structure and microstructural study by understanding to understand the structure and topography of the material, and study the dielectric response of the dielectric response as a function of frequency and temperature to find out the phase transition of the material, and study of polarization for the conformation of ferroelectric properties of the material. Also study the electrical properties to understand the separation between grain and grain boundary and the electrode effect of the material. Also, I missed one point. Study the magnetic property to know the ferromagnetic behavior of the material. And also study of DC and AC conductivity to understand the conduction process in the material. So next is your methodology, how I have prepared the material. I basically choose the solid-state reaction technique to prepare the material, and solid-state reaction technique the cheapest method to prepare. Anywhere you can see it, you need a agent motor to prepare the material. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
So you are the first one to do this.
Yes.
Okay. What are the earlier work what they have used in this three materials? Which one they have used? This.
Bismuth ferrite is there only.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
You are introducing here.
Sorry.
No.
This is the material is there only. This bismuth ferrite is there. I have doped the lead zirconate and the samarium. Samarium is doped in bismuth ferrite side, and lead zirconate is already prepared with this. Yes, no, my whole contribution is mine. Yes, no, bismuth ferrite material, not a complete material is there. I have taken the compound of bismuth oxide and ferric oxide and mixed it. Bismuth ferrite has some problem that I have. Yes. No, that is applicable at maybe by choosing some other method. Maybe I'm only using the solid-state reaction technique. No. Yes, yeah. Yes. Yes.
How do you select this material for doping?
Yes, actually,
Number of things and
yes, right. There is actually so many people are working on this material, lead zirconate and samarium dot lead zirconate material. And I found some review paper. I have selected that when the samarium is doped with this lead zirconate material, the ferroelectric behavior drastically changes.
So that gave idea.
Yes, that's why I trying. Yes, yes. Yes, already this published. Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think so. That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead with your continuation.
So first of all, prepare this material by using the solid state reaction technique. This is we need a jet motor to prepare the material. Anywhere you can see it and prepare this material. First we have to need a stoichiometry amount of all ingredient like bismuth ferrite. Bismuth ferrite is it is available in market. If not available in market, then you have required two compounds like bismuth oxide and ferric oxide. You compost it to form the bismuth oxide material. Okay. So like this, you need a molecular weight of that one. Calculate it for 10 gram and will mix it in stoichiometry amount. This is called stoichiometry amount of all ingredient. Then we are mixed it in the jet motor. There is a dry mixing and another one is the wet mixing. Dry mixing means you are only grind it 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours in a air medium. Then we'll grind it again by including the methanol to that one and grinding it to up to the powder will be come to its original. Then after grinding this one, then we'll go for calcination. And calcination is a process to where by which the sample can be formed. Okay, because we have no parent sample bismuth ferrite, so we have to form the bismuth ferrite sample. So we have only bismuth oxide and ferric oxide sample. So we have mixed it. So we don't know whether the sample is formed or not. That's why what we do, we have to calcine it. After grinding, we have to calcine it at a high temperature and temperature up to they did not mention 800 degrees centigrade. If the sample is not formed, how do you know the sample is whether it is formed or not? That will be confirmed by the formation checking by XRD. Okay, after XRD, if we are JCPDS file, go for JCPDL 5 and we found that if the XRD peaks are matches, then it is okay. The sample is formed. If it is not, then again we go for the recalcination. And if it is okay, the sample is formed, then we will go for the cold pressing. Cold pressing means we have to make a pellet of the sample. After the pelletization, we'll go for the sintering. Sintering will be done at high temperature. That is, if the calcination will be done at 800 degree temperature, then the sintering will be more than 50 degree temperature. I mean, we can consider 850 degree temperature for the samples. Then after sintering this sample, we are polishing it and electroding it both sides. If this is the pellet we are considering, we are preparing, then this side and this side will be electroding so that it will be behave as a parallel plate capacitors. Then we will go for the characterization of the sample. This is the methodology and this is the okay. So this is the characterization technique I have followed. So I do not want. So this is the okay. So can I just go earlier? Okay. Okay. So this is the XRD pattern of my samples, and here actually in this region we have found some impurities phases here, but now when we are doping, there will be no impurities phases in the material. And here we have calculating the crystallite size, dislocation, and microscopic and crystallinity of the material. And crystallite size will be like in between 16 to 18 nanometer. And this is the microstructural properties, SEM, we can say. And here in this microstructural property, we found that the crystal, we see the grains are homogeneously distributed throughout the material. And we found that it will be the shape of the grain will be spherical. And we found that it is tightly packed. Okay, and it will be right between the range of the grain size will be range in between 5 micrometers. And this is the dielectric property. We can say this is temperature versus dielectric constant curve. And we found that there will be a transition temperature. We found the dielectric anomaly will be found in this region. Okay, and this value will be known as the transition temperature. And below transition temperature, we have found the ferroelectric properties, and above transition temperature, we have found the your paraelectric phase of the material. So but different concentration, there will be different transition temperature, and this may be due to the crystal polarization, or we can say this may be due to the space charge polarization or ion diffusion. And this is the loss versus temperature. And also we have found that when we are plotting this graph, the value of the dielectric loss will be drastically changed between the some different concentration. This may be due to the grain boundary or domain wall effect, domain wall contribution, which may be causes the enhancement in the electrical conductivity. And this is the hysteresis loop. This is the one of the important parameter, because the ferroelectric properties can be confirmed only
through this hysteresis loop. This is for the on-port sample. If this is a port sample, then you will got a beautiful graph. But this is a on-port sample, so you are getting this type of graph. This region is known as the remanent polarization of the graph. If this remanent polarization is high, then this may be applicable for random access memory application. So this is depend upon this remanent polarization value. So this is very much less because we are using the on-port sample. This is lies between 0.16 microcoulomb per centimeter to your 0.5 microcoulomb per centimeter square. And then this is the function, a real part of the impedance is a function of frequency, and we found that at high frequency region, all the curve will be more at one point. This is due to the release of space charge, because the space charge will be present only in this region, and a high region, high frequency value, there will be no space charge, only the other will be present there. And also we have found that the value of the this is Z prime means one type of resistance we are considering here, and the resistance will be decreasing at increasing temperature, so it can be follow the net your negative temperature coefficient of resistance value. And this is imaginary part of the impedance, function of frequency. Also we have found that there are two relaxation peak we have found, and these relaxation peaks are belongs to the first relaxation peak belongs to your this region, one relaxation peak, this is belongs to grain boundary, and another relaxation peak, this belongs to your bulk effect. And this is the Z prime versus Z double prime graph, and this is the Nyquist plot we can say, and here also we can confirm the NTCR behavior. Also we have equivalent circuit, but I am not given here. The equivalent circuit also give whether we have calculated the capacitance, resistance, all the value from there. And this is the AC conductivity as a function of frequency, and we found that when the frequency goes on increasing, the conductivity goes on also increasing. And here there are three regions will be found. There one is your low dispersion region, another one is the plateau region, and another one is the high dispersive region. And here when we are this region, actually this dotted line may be follow the Johnson's power law equation, that is sigma S is equal to sigma naught A to the upper plus A omega to the power n. And this will be fitting by nonlinear curve, and we have this curve fitting, and we have found this value. This is sigma DC value, A value, N value. A is the constant parameter, and N is the pre-exponential factors. And this is activation energy we are calculating from AC conductivity and the temperature, and the activation energy will be given here for different concentration. And this is the magnetization study. And the magnetization study here, we have found the less amount of weak ferromagnetization or magnetization property we have found in this material. And thermistor behavior also we have studied, and here the linear curve represent the NTCR behavior of the material for the materials. And these are the conclusions. And from this conclusion, last one I want to say, the studied material can be useful for thermistor based device and temperature sensor application because the high value of beta greater than the 4000 Kelvin. Thank you.
Any questions for him? Yes.
Sir, only I have prepared the samples. I have the samples, but
You take to commercial prototype.
no, sir, I'll be apply for that one, sir. Yes, yes, yes. These are the papers I have published, and this paper will be this one. No, this is 4 paper already published in 2022, and these paper are accepted, proof submitted. These are the accepted. This is accepted, and these 2 are revision. Yes, like this revision submitted is here written. This paper is this one. Pet. No. Okay, sir.
Immediately.
Yes.
No, I think he can patent. We'll discuss. You have to file a patent quickly. That's what I had also written. First. We'll talk because nowadays that restriction I think has been a little bit relaxed. There are some ways.
With me.
Okay.
You can show him your work physically. Sir will visit your lab. That's what he's saying.
Yes.
He's here, yes. So thank you so much, Dr. Santosh Kumar Satpathy. And as advised by sir, and I also had written the same comment for him, he has to quickly go for a patent. He has not filed it yet. We will miss the bus then. The next thing I would like to tell him that because he seems to be very dynamic and young researcher, and we are looking for a research center coordinator for Center of New Materials. I think we can. No, he can take everybody together and be a research coordinator. No, but research center is also for doing research. Sir, we'll see. But because we wanted to get. No, if he can do research, he can also make.
That is true.
Yeah. But we appoint the best person as the research center. No, sir. Actually, we want to strengthen his capabilities. That's all. Now, madam has become Dean SOIT also. Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Satpathy, and very nice presentation we had. So we'll close here this session and we'll break for lunch. After exactly 1 hour, we'll meet here. I think it is 1:45. So we can meet at 2:45. The lunch for all faculty is done at the girls' hostel mess. So near Maritime School. Huh? Okay. You all can guide us all. Okay. Thank you. So we'll meet again. 2:45. So good afternoon all. We start the after lunch presentations. This category of award winners, Distinguished Achiever Award by our associate professors. We'll have presentation from the winners, starting with Dr. Ashish Ranjan Das. Dr. Ashish Ranjan Das received the BTech in Mechanical Engineering from Government College of Engineering, Keonjhar. He received MTech degree in Power Control and Drives from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. He obtained PhD in the Department of Electrical Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. During his PhD, he also worked on as a research associate in Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, India-sponsored project. He has a total teaching experience of 13.5 years and currently working as Dean, School of Engineering and Technology, Pallakimdi Campus, CUTM. He is coordinator of Smart Infrastructure Research Center. His area of research interest includes power electronics modeling, power quality analysis, multi-level inverter, electric vehicle, soft computing techniques, IoT integrated cloud computing, IoT-based automation. In last 1 year, his project team successfully automated different poly houses at industrial scale. So I request Dr. Ashish Ranjan Das to make his presentation.
So very good afternoon to all the distinguished professors. Professor from NTU, our Provost, Professor Radhakant Padi, Director and esteemed professors of Bhubaneswar campus, Register Madam, and all my colleagues, those are from CUTM, all different campuses, students, those are watching in YouTube, and others who are watching on YouTube. So basically, if I tell about, I'm an electrical engineer. After that, I've done my master's and PhD in electrical engineering. Thing is that my research area interest include power electronics modeling, acting with active power filters, power quality, electric vehicles, and then charging station of electric vehicles. But recently, last 1 year and so 1.5 years, I have started doing research in multidisciplinary research or interdisciplinary, what our professor from NTU has already told that it has a wide impact if you go for multidisciplinary research or different interdisciplinary research. So I'm really thankful to our Vice President, Professor D.N. Rao, for this. Actually, he has motivated me to work on different areas which are now very new. So thing is that, let me start. There is a spelling mistake. I'm really sorry for that.
Yeah, I wanted to say that.
So it is integrated. Actually, it has been. So coming back next. So this is first we have done automation in different polyhouse and open field agriculture. First thing is why you are going for automation of agriculture using IoT. Already we know that polyhouse is different type of houses protect the crop from wind, rain, radiation, participators, and other climatic factors. So you can see if I say on a layman or agricultural language, you can get maximum profit in a minimum area under cultivation. And with the maximum level of automation, the number of manual activities, dependency on labor, and overall labor cost is reduced. Now, what is the proposed technology here you have used? You have used the base station and some data storing and sensor network. So generally, we have used 2 controllers. One, we have connected different number of sensors. And another control which is giving all this calculation, ML, and everything is embedded to that, where we'll decide the different actuation of different motors, valves, and all. So this is the basic technology we are using a node MCU. So generally here, this is the basic controller circuit. What I'm saying, you see. So this is a controller. This controller we can connect various type of sensors, like whether it's a soil moisture, temperature sensor, or depending upon the application, whether you are using in open field agriculture or smart fisheries. So the n number of sensors can be added, and again, it is sent to the whatever the data we are getting in the controller one, we are sending back to the cloud. And there you are calculating the different aspect, whether you are applying ML or different algorithm to decide the actuation of the different controllers. So if you see the data flow here, how this yes, from the sensor input, the input node, then to database and data processing, it will be happen in the cloud. Then we have a web app and which have admin protection and user protection. Along with that, we are deciding how this actuation can be done. So I'll be a little fast because I have to show. So this is a transmitting node algorithm where we have to initialize the port, connect the neutral. This is the algorithm of that, where you can sense different data. So similarly, this is the receiving algorithm where you are receiving from the cloud, where you're deciding that. And this is a local server gateway algorithm which can do that. So coming to basic our technology here, the proposed automation based is based on the Internet of Things, which is cloud interconnected. And here you can see this is the hardware model we have seen. We have implemented at different polyhouse at Ranadevi and Vijayanagaram campus. So these are you can see the downside box. This one, this is our controller panel, and that is your IoT node. And we have also connected different type of relays and contactors for operation of different motors, pressure motors, different valves. All these are, and also we have gone for your three-phase protection. Like if the three-phase supply is not there, it will not run. We have also gone for ground fault. Any type of fault it is actuated to that system, it is also going to protect. So these are some other admin factors we have used. Coming to the automated polyhouse by proposed technology, we have done these 4 polyhouses at different campus of Centurion. Its size is different, like 12.5 meter to 8 meter, and the biggest we have done 24 meter to 24 meter square meter of big polyhouse. And these are the different types like forced ventilation or open ventilation, and what are the different parameters we are controlling here, like temperature, humidity, soil moisture, and flow manager also can be done. So these are some specification of actuators what have been used, like exhaust fan, fan pad, solenoid valve, dripper, fogger, pressure motor, and submersible motors. So these are, I'm just showing this. This is your different polyhouse been constructed, and this is the lines what you have got, and this is the backside of the panel. You can see that it's at running condition. So we have also given proposal like this solenoid valve you can see in the downside. These valves are connected, and this is a exhaust 3-phase fan. And also we have gone for protection of like water protection with different valves we have connected. Like also we have protected the motor like for dry run. If the water is not there, we have connected different valves. It will not run. If there is no water also, your motor will not run. And this is the fan pad what I am showing. And this is coming out the web or database management we have created. So we have created a web or app where each polyhouse is connected with a unique ID. So I can create an n number of polyhouse in a single web or app. I can monitor wherever I can monitor at any place locally, whether I am here in India or anywhere, any places. I can say what is the different parameters of the polyhouse. I can actuate from that point also. So it is globally actuated system, where sign up and login facility for each user is there, admin protection for password facilities. Actuation is automatic, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Automatic. And along with that, monitoring data can be downloaded in CSV for actuation and monitor can be done globally. So these are some concerned industry, and I'm not going details. And value proposition, if I say about here, you have our proposed technology has made a cost-effective and user-friendly solution with the help of IoT and information technology. The solution contains a divided loaded sensor, Wi-Fi router, farmer-friendly mobile app, and monitoring and actuation can be done globally with edge. So these are some other aspects where you're going for fertigation and other controls. And what we want to add in that particular, like CCTV surveillance and other factors. Some unique features of this project is reduce the size of the pump, improves the efficiency of water delivery of the pump, saves energy and water compared to traditional system, and all these are there. So this is next is your automation. Just trying to show you something before going to this open field agriculture. Yes, sir, please. It will not operate. It will not operate. You have to operate it manually. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have done it. Two things, just like you can say, if there is a valve, solenoid valve, and there is a mechanical valve. You can operate a mechanical valve. When there is a supply, you can operate a solenoid valve. Similarly, what you have done, if your internet is not working or your device is not working, we have given another backup where you have connected all these actuators and sensors through a mechanical switch. If you want to just switch on that, it will work from the electrical supply. And yes, you have done every case since. Yes, you have gained autonomous along with the manual. Sometimes this automation, suppose it fails, like you have rightly said. Yes, likely you have told that if there is a power. Yes, for those programs we also provided mechanical shift, standby mechanical, or else see thing is that when you are going for a crop. Yes, because the crop will, if your internet is not there, your power supply in the crop will be damaged. So you have to go for a fully commercialized. Yes, fully proper, and you are done it commercial scale in different sectors. And now I'm just showing one thing, please. Yeah. Just a minute. So this is what I'm showing you. So this is the main web app what I'm saying, where login and sign up facilities there. After login, I can go to different polyhouse here. This is the one I'm showing here at Ranadevi, what is in Parakamundi. So if I open that, so today is 5/9, I think, 5th September, and the time is 3/9. It's showing, it is working, and the temperature, humidity, and moisture, different content, and the status of fan, water ball, all this. Now here you can see here from the beginning, if I go to if I log in, and here I can option like add polyhouse. I can add n number of polyhouse here. If I come back, here is the option like add polyhouse. Everything is there in the front end. No need to go to back end and do anything. So everything you have designed in such a way that everything is there in the front end. So you can add n number of polyhouse here. I can create, and this is only for admins. And normally you just cannot create that. Only admin can. This is admin facilities. So now coming back, you can also delete that, edit this information. Everything is admin protected. And if you go to a particular polyhouse, it will show different what are the temperature, humidity, moisture, and other aspects. It will show also like different. What is the current status? What is running now? A exhaust fan is running, cooler is running. My water valve is on, off, and sprinkler is off. Because in this polyhouse we are going for Dutch Roach. So now coming back to my slide again. Sir? Yes, sir. Yes. Control option is on the logic, sir. I'm saying you. Yes, sir. I'm just showing you. Suppose the temperature is here 55, right? So I want to set my temperature to 25. So I have set the temperature 40 degrees. So that's why the fan is on, right? Suppose I want to set it now a new value. Okay. Yes, sir. So if I now set to 60 temperature, suddenly the fan will be off. So if you want to see that, I'll just do it here, or else we'll go to the next. Yes. So this is a set point reference data, which is going to compare with the current values, and the actuation will be decided upon that. Now coming back to my slide again. So similarly, we have planned for open field agriculture, where we can connect different valves and motor for open field, just like polyhouses. So this is the layout what I am showing for a 100-acre land, what you have planned for the R. Sitapur. This open field agriculture we are going to automate the next target. So what is we have done here? We have designed a database which is now in position. There will be 4 options. One is your request based, where the operator can provide the value of the quantity of water that needs to be supplied to the software. In case of request based, we are using a flow controller. It will suppose I will plan that today I'll give 15 liters of water. Next day I'll give 30 liters of water. Next day. So accordingly, from a flow chart, from a lookup table, it will take the data. So next is command based. The operator can switch up and the pump at any position, at any point he can off and on. And then another is a moisture sensor based. Depending upon the sensor value of the moisture, you can actuate. And third one is generally you are using for paddy, that is called flood irrigation. So you can add that if there is option of flood irrigation, if someone will hit the flood irrigation, all the valves will open. It will give you like just a flood irrigation. So you have estimated this with using our software and hardware technology what you have used. We have estimated for 10 acre, and per acre cost is coming here 17,000, and here you can see the cost per acre you are getting 13,300. Likewise for 60 acre and 100 acre, the cost still reduced to 10,000 per acre, whatever system you have implemented. So this we have this fund is whatever projects you are doing, This has been funded by our Centurion University. And so now these are some summer intensive project which I've done recently, depending on plant leaf detection using image processing, which are going to embed it in the polyhouse. We are going to detect leaf disease detection, and some other projects what I have done in that. Some future projects undertaken on this smart IoT, that is automation of smart fisheries farm at Totagamada. We have 25 ponds. We are going to automate like dashboarding, different temperature parameter, turbidity, ammonia, oxygen content, and depending upon that, we'll actuate different things. Suppose oxygen will reduce, we'll run the diffuser. Suppose ammonia content will come, then we'll have to talk with the fishery pool what they want. Similarly, other factors. Other is a smart fabrication of paperless examination and the nutrient and fertigation management system for agricultural application. These we are going to do next. That is a nutrition and fertigation applications for this open field agriculture. And this is all about my recent 1 year work. And if I come back to what I really belong to my electrical engineering, where I've applied I'm working on multi-level. I'm just going very 2-3 minutes just. So I've done work on that. My PhD students are also working on this investigation of cascadal multi-level inverter-based sound active filter with under ideal and non-ideal grid voltage conditions. So generally, what is why you are working on multi-level? What is the concern? The concern is your issue of harmonics is a greater concern, which seriously affects the power quality. So generally, you are using enormous of non-linear volts, lot of computers, all these. These create harmonics to the system, and which is not desired as per IEEE standard. I'm not going in detail. What are the consequences? Why you are this harmonic distortion? If you will more, what will happen? It will go for loss of amplification, poor power factor, heating will increase, overloading, vibration, all problems to electrical loads. Now we are going for a multi-level based sound active filter. What are the difference? Why you are going for multi-level? The reason is higher voltage level can be generated with less harmonic content compared to 2-level. The TSD is less. Do not require like filters which are being large losses, your low LC filters. So this is the proposed topology what you have applied. Here you have used 36 switches in each phase, and each H breeze having 4 switches. So we are getting a 7-level multi-level inverter here, and which you are applied for your active filtration. That is this multi-level inverter, and you are sending back whatever the amount of fault is there or harmonics is there. It is again fed back in the reverse way to cancel out the harmonics. So these are some results what I am showing. Like you can see there are some source current. Just measure ISA is there, source current. Indication is this one. Not showing. Okay. So this is your source current. You can see at the point 0.1 when my filter is on. You see now the source current is sinusoidal. And before compensation, the TSD is 21.64. After it is coming TSD 2.3. So this is a comparison where we have applied different controllers like IDIQ with IPDPDM, SVM. So different analysis of source current before compensation and after compensation. So these are some experimental what you have done in experimental way, and you have designed this multi-level inverter. So this is the result, hardware result what I am saying. You can see that the source current before compensation and after compensation. You can see this point when my filter is on. You can see now this is sinusoidal, my source current. Previously it is not sinusoidal, creating harmonics, lot of trouble to all the systems. And you can similarly you can see that purely side all these voltage. You can see unity power factor also. This voltage and current are in same page. So you can see the before TSD it is 23 and after TSD it is coming 2.737. So these are some comparison of your hardware results. We are getting this with the FPGA. You can see the TSD. Current TSD is 25.69 with non-linear load, right? And with different type of non-linear or unbalanced grid voltage condition. This is the unbalanced grid voltage condition what you have done. And similarly, balance, unbalanced, all these different approach you have gone for before compensation and after compensation. And after that, we have modified the topology. Just 1 minute, I'll finish. So this is your different topology what you have tried for that. That is, this is what with the previous I'm showing 36 switches. We have done it in 12 switches and also attending the same number of labels with that. And this is the comparison what I am showing. We are applying different neural networks and other algorithms, NBV based ICOS5, and we are. This is the recent paper what I have published. This year I published 4 papers, out of which one is IEEE transaction, and this is the work what I have shown in that, and along with that. So that's all. Thank you very much for. So this is my research, and last 1 year I've been working with agriculture, that is interdisciplinary research. So hopefully you all like the presentation. Thank you. Any questions? No, sir, I have not added it, but it's there. I have sent it. So if hmm.
Why you selected multi-level, but because there are a lot of things coming in the area, right? And it's
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Generally, this when you go to
any special
reason is that, sir, if you go to a higher voltage or medium voltage range, these two level inverter are not capable to reduce the harmonics at that point. So at this, yes. So for that, you are going for multi-level, and this multi-level has a different tremendous aperture. When you increase the level, the harmonics also reduced drastically. Yes, hardware complexity is increased, but that also you have reduced now to reduced number of components. So that is another paper what I am communicating last year. So this year I have published 4 ACA journals. One is IEEE transaction on from out of that, and 2 journals are your impact factors. So I have sent it before, but I have not added here. But I'll show. Yes, sir. I'll show you that, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, please? Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, this type of things happen sometimes. We have also seen. Suppose your what happens? Suppose your soil moisture, you see your soil moisture is disconnected. So what you'll find in the timestamp what I am showing, it will not show. It will show not a number, NaN. It will show not a number. These type of fault it will come. We are not able to actuate that. You can easily see that if you come back, whether my sensor is working or not, I can see it here clearly. So if it is not functioning in the up, it will functioning in the up means definitely it will function in the field. 100%, sir. I have tried, but because if the signal will not go to the sensor, it will not display because whatever the controller, it is just reading the signals. So last 1 year we have tried this different campuses. We have not found any such cases. What I have told, what generally we found when a soil moisture disconnect, when a temperature is disconnect, then at that point I'll get what? Here I'll get a message here. Here itself I'll get a message. He'll tell you means not a number. This is not a number. That means I know that my sensor disconnected. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sir, then this will display now, sir. When it is malfunction, it will simply say that it's not a number, or it is disconnected means it will not give any ping. So that is called calibration, sir. So you have to calibrate depending upon that.
no, after calibration during the performance, suddenly it's showing a very large number or something.
So then from that value also you can suggest. Yes, sir. We are monitoring also. Also the next option is to putting a CCTV on that same app. There will be another tab like open video. When you open that video, you will see all actuation, all this simultaneously in the same app. What we are going to integrate, and in the same app also we are going to integrate fertigation and nutrition management. So we have also option also. Yes, sir, for leaf disease detection, we are taking that parameter. For fertigation, what you are planning that? Yes. We are applying a different ML algorithm to identify that, sir. So generally, after classification or after clustering, we are applying different ML algorithm to decide which one is it, which classification is it belongs to. Generally, this is type of we are going for plant disease detection and other approach. For fertigation and for nutrition management, what you are thinking to go for different type of NPK sensors, other sensor, and go for a lookup table, or you can say that it is by talking with the agriculturalists, you go for a free-defined user manual where you can set the actuations. That today you go for this. So by using some flow meter, suppose I'll discharge 30 liters of water to a particular field. Yes, sir. We have also worked with a different sensor also this time. by our own, we have created a new soil measure, which I am going to document next. So we are implementing with our own soil measure sensors, not from the market. We have designed our own soil measures. Any other questions? Or I can. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So my first customer is Centurion, and
In the funding you have done it. It's not a customer, it's the manufacturer. Who is the customer?
actually we have planned. We have given 2-3 proposals. I have given there. They are really interested to that. Yes, yes. No, sir. Actually, 2-3 startup company we have started. They want their so yes, yeah. And Chunoti 3.0 also this project was selected, but at the last moment I don't know what happened. But it's selected to the second stage, and finally you are not. But no, sir. You will go. Since it has a lot of research are not been done in this. No, sir. I not talk.
Sir, like OSDA, like you are saying state agriculture department, we are talking to them on smart agriculture. This will be a part of it.
Okay.
The whole proposal is there.
And whatever we have implemented in different also, they are also getting the benefit of this polyhouse.
Yes. So thank you, Dr. Ashish. And you can see that they are on full commercialization mode now. They have tried their hands in first 1 polyhouse, then 2, then 3, and it is becoming like a larger one, and they are trying to do at Vijayanagram campus also. Then from agriculture, they'll do fisheries. We have 11 acres pond for School of Fisheries at Tottagumda. So they have to do the smart fisheries part. Then there is again fertigation and all coming up. Apart from that, they are also trying to, like you said, selling commercialization and selling to other clients. So that is also on the way. So their research center will now move to the commercialization stage and all. Thank you, Dr. Ashish, and we'll move to the next presenter. Desert farming, you can see. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they can try. They can try. At challenging localities, geographies, they can try. Yes. So thank you, sir, for your inputs and all. Now we'll move to Dr. Rajendra Kumar Khadanga, who has been the winner for Distinguished Achiever Award. Dr. Rajendra Khadanga received his BTech and MTech degree in electrical engineering from Biju Patnaik Institute, University of Technology, Rourkela, 2009 and 2011. Dr. Khadanga completed his PhD from NIT Rourkela in 2017 in the field of power system engineering. He is currently working as associate professor in Department of Electrical Engineering, and I think he is also the associate dean for School of Engineering at Bhubaneswar campus. His research interests include smart grid, microgrid, distributed generation, power system stability, and soft computing techniques. He has published 18 SCI indexed journal papers, published 2 patents, and 7 international IEEE conference papers. Dr. Khadanga has received 2 awards. First one is the POSOCO Power System Award in 2017 for the best PhD thesis by POSOCO in association with FITT and at IIT Delhi, India, and University Foundations Day. For the best research in category of faculty in 2019. Dr. Khadanga is also an IEEE senior member, and currently he is an active member for the Research Center, Center for Smart Infrastructure. So Dr. Khadanga, you can come and make the presentation.
Change. Good afternoon, everyone, respected dignitaries. I'm going to present a topic on microgrid, the future management. As we know that we have to go for the non-conventional sources as as we are getting as it is freely available. So these are my content of outline of the presentation. So first is what is microgrid? I will not go in detail. Basically, what we can say, we have different sources of energy, and all the sources of energy can be collected in a coordinated manner. That can be considered as a grid, that we are saying as a microgrid. That is, a microgrid is a group of interconnected load and with the distributed energy sources. So these are the main component where we are saying it's a microgrid. Like first one is the distributed generation. It's not working. Okay. So distributed generation, then different load, all the electrical load, then the switches, then the controller, then mode switching device, then the common coupling. So operating modes, basically a microgrid can be operated in two modes. One is the grid connected mode and islanding mode. Grid connected mode, in this mode, the main the grid is also connected to the main grid. So that is known as the grid connected mode. And in the islanded mode, the microgrid is disconnected from the main grid. So this is the basic principle. So this is the basic example we can say, where all the sources are there, like solar, wind, battery, then we are having EV charging, then we are having, so and I'm having a load. So this is the complete structure where all are connected in coordinated manner, so that if any disturbance occur, we will go for the stability of the system. So these are the basic issues in a microgrid, where we are saying the stability issue, then we are having cost issue. So basically I'm working on the stability and optimization issue. This is the considered microgrid, the example of a microgrid where we have, or where I have taken a diesel generator, a micro turbine, a fuel cell. These are the PV, that is the solar energy, and I'm having a wind energy, and these are the battery storage, and this is the basically AC load. So as in the morning also we have discussed that all this system we have to go for this corresponding mathematical modeling. Then after doing the mathematical modeling, we can say this is the transfer function model of the microgrid, where all the systems are represented with its corresponding similar transfer function model. So where we are having all the sources here. Sorry, we are having all the sources here, and we are having the system here. So as we know that this is sir, we have taken the first order transfer function. We have considered the time delay. Yes. No, for presently we have taken one time delay. After that, the modification is done for different time delay. Sir. Then these are the system parameters, as we have taken the transfer model function model. So we have taken the system. These are the system transfer model. Then we have gone the objective function. So as we are going for the objective, that is we want to go for the change in frequency. The change in frequency should be maintained. So for that, we are going for the objective function is integral time absolute error, that is ITI, where we have taken the modulus of all with the integration, because all we have to take in the total system error. And the parameter to be optimized, there are the three parameters, as we have taken the PID controller. So we are conventional controller. So we are having the parameter, that is KP, T1 and T2. And the optimization technique which is need to be we are implementing here is the hybrid Dragonfly PS algorithm. This is the soft computing technique. So there are two methods. One, we can go for the one method, or we can go for the hybridization method, because we are having two search process here in almost all algorithms, that is the global search and the local search. So for that reason, we are using different algorithms, so that we can go for we can get the optimized result. So for that, in order to represent, or in order to test the system, Sir, I'm going, sir, because when we are going for the change in disturbance, there is a change in frequency in the system. So as we want to reduce the change in frequency, we want to change, represent the del f as 0. So we are formulating a optimization problem, and that optimization problem being tuned by solving. Soft computing, yes, sir. Sir, because then we need to tune the parameters, controller parameters, so that I can get a del f is 0. So for that reason, we are tuning by using a computational technique, sir. So for the present, yes, sir. Sir, why not PSO? Why not GA? Sir, we have lots of optimization technique for each optimization for each problem. We can test for all algorithm. There is no problem. No, yes. So for what I'm saying, for my optimization problem, this algorithm provides better result. Maybe for yes, yes. Algorithm I have come. I'll show you the results, sir. I'm having the result. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, yes. All kind of things are coming. Yes. But nobody gives the reason why this is done. Sir, algorithm development is a continuous process. For problem solving, we need to identify. I'll show. Yes, sir. Yes. Now I'll show. Okay. So this is the wind variation. For one variation, I'm showing here. So for the simplicity, I'm showing the step signal. So after applying the dragonfly algorithm, and for tilt integral, so there are different controller. So for my problem, I have taken the tilt integral controller. So these are the parameters, and these are the objective function, that is IT objective function. So here we can see clearly when we are applying the dragonfly PS algorithm with the tilt integral, my IT error is coming around 1.07 as compared to other. This is high, like for I it is 3.9, for PI it is 1.6, for PID it is 1.4. For different for conventional controller, so there is one comparison here. This is the first comparison. So when we'll go for the simulation result also, here we can see in the simulation result, this is the baseline, that is del f line, that should be maintained 0. So when we are comparing, now we can see when I am applying the dragonfly I controller, so the time, I can say the settle time, it is not coming actually. The settle time, it is taking very large time as compared to the red one. So red one is the proposed one, and the others one is the conventional one. So this is the second way of proving that algorithm provides better result. So, sir. Okay, here is same algorithm. Yes, sorry, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, for proposing a new algorithm, we have to go for standard benchmark function. So is the time limited? I have not shown. So we are having F1 to F20, sir. Yes. This is the comparison only. Yes. With the same algorithm. Okay. There are methods are there. I have, but here I have not shown that this algorithm provides better result as compared to the PSO, GA, some other conventional algorithm also. So if I go for the conclusion, so in this way, first we have developed the microgrid structure, the considered microgrid. Then we have developed the algorithm, the hybrid algorithm. Then we have taken the different system structure. First one we have taken the wind, then we have taken the solar, then we have taken the load. I have shown here only wind, and other parameters are there. Again, in order to prove the superiority of the hybrid algorithm, it is being tested with standard benchmark function. As we want to prove that this algorithm is best, so we need to go for the proving. So for proving, we need to go for the standard benchmark function. So we have F1 to F10. Basically, we are taking the first 10 objective function. So these are some references. These are some publications. the work I have shown, the part of this work is published in Applied Soft Computing this year only. Other papers are there where we are having energy source part. All are all four. Last year I have published around 8. All are in all are SCI only. So these are the others. Thank you, sir. Sir, we have started all the work, microgrid implementation, then hybridization. We have all this work started. We have started the patenting for. We have implemented in small scale only. Yes, yes. But a complete microgrid we have not implemented. We have implemented the solar part. Now we are working on the complete microgrid. Sir. Yes, but for simulation, for stability studies, we are generally using or preferring the first order transfer function. Sir. Okay. Okay. Any other question?
See, you can just individual system.
Sir.
Take the data and convert it and look for the model.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes, 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 sir.
The actual model of hardware.
Now we are working on the implementation of area. This is first area. Then we are going for the 2 area, 3 area, 5 area. Now we are working. Sir. Sir, sir. Sir.
You are trying to integrate different sources like wind and solar and there will be always some phase difference.
Yes.
Current.
Yes, sir.
So, and that's a dynamical thing. Like, you know, you can never predict what will be the phase of one percent.
Yes, 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 sir.
How do you?
Sir, that is the part I have shown. That is the grid indication. That is the biggest problem. So that is another what we are working. First one, we are maintaining the frequency. Then we are maintaining the voltage. Then we are maintaining the phase difference. So we are first at the initial stage, we are checking 3. After that, we will go for the complicated problems. So first we will check these 3. If these 3 is working okay, then we can go for the implementation, integration. Sorry. Yes, yes. Yes, frequency and voltage we can control. Sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Khadanga, for the presentation. We'll move on to the next presenter, the Distinguished Achiever Award, Dr. Prashant Kumar Rath. Dr. Prashant Kumar Rath has joined Department of Physics, School of Applied Science, Pallakimdi campus from December 2019. He has completed his PhD 2013 from BARC, Mumbai, and MSU Baroda, Gujarat. Then he moved to the University of Napoli, Italy for his postdoctoral experience 2013 to 2017. There he worked on accelerator physics, ion beam analysis, and experimental nuclear physics. Later, he joined Manipal University, Karnataka 2017 and built first university-based tabletop accelerator. He has many national and international publications of his own on his own credit. He got many awards and prizes: CSIR, SRF, BRNS, JRF, INFN, postdoc fellow, etc. He has done experiments at different laboratories around the world: Grand Accelerator, National, D. Ions, Lords, Ganil, Seine of France, Institut de Physique Nucléaire d'Orsay, IPN Orsay, France, Laboratory Nazionale di Legnaro, LNL Padova, Italy, BARC TIFR, Pelletron Accelerator Facility at Mumbai, Folded Tandem Ion Accelerator Fortia NPD VDG Mumbai, Pelentron Accelerator Facility IUAC Delhi, India. He received SERP Core Research Grant in 2022 and presently he is an associate professor at School of Applied Science, Pallakemdi campus. So please welcome for the presentation.
Hello. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So good afternoon to, yes, sir. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to all the viewers who are now watching through online. So first, I like to give gratitudes and homage to Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, because this is the one of the reason also today we are here, because we are celebrating the Teachers' Day. And in addition with a research conclave. And then what we are going to discuss is some effect of breakup. We'll see. This is the basically title, effect of breakup studies in nuclear reaction. So the way how we'll proceed is very simple. Some introduction, experiment approach. We'll see one by one, and results and some opportunities and summary. So I start from a very light thing which we all are familiar in our daily life. And in fact, we are studying this from our standard school standard in college also and now. So this is a basically periodic table. Everybody knows there is nothing new. After 2016 only, we come to know that there are 118 elements. And everybody knows that some of the elements, not from many of the elements found in nature, but some are also prepared in the laboratories. And basically the circles which are made here they are prepared in the laboratories. So the question arises here is that, okay, it is there. But so one thing will come to mind that, okay, if these elements are there in the periodic table, whether this gives all the information of the nucleus of an element. For example, let us say simple chalk, which we use in a classroom chalk, or our bone or limestone. We know that there is made up of calcium carbonate. But which calcium? Whether it's calcium 20, 40, 30, different isotopes of calcium are there. In fact, this chalk, simple calcium carbonate, the calcium part only consists of different stable isotopes of calcium, 6. There are many others also, but they're not stable. And this is not only happen with calcium, but this happens with other things also. Every day we eat medhu vada, different snacks. Without salt, we cannot imagine. And the salts advertisement are also there in the YouTube and different commercial sites. And these salts contain sodium, potassium, low sodium, high potassium, all these things. But potassium has also different isotopes which we consume every day. But we don't know. One of the isotopes is also radioactive, potassium 40. So we are eating radioactive also. But it's okay. Our life is under that. We cannot deny. Not only that, this happens with everything. Oxygen we are inhaling every day. This is the life. But oxygen has also different isotopes which we are inhaling at the same time with a different ratio. Similarly, it happens with others also, all other elements the same things. But the question is, if it is there, so why should we study? We study because it is an application. For example, we see that uranium 235 is very less, but it is applicable in the reactor for the energy generation and other studies. Similarly, oxygen 18 is very low in the abundance, but people use for the PET imaging and for this pharmaceutical industry, they use all these. So similarly, all these isotopes have different application, and from nucleus point of view, each isotope is a different nucleus, even if they are the same element. So how will we produce this? We produce this by simply through a nuclear reaction, where we'll take one nucleus that we call target, and we take another nucleus and we take a projectile, and we shoot them, and like our shooting a gun. We shoot a bullet to a target exactly same way. But only here the bullet is a nucleus and target is also another nucleus. And depending on the energy and some other impact parameters, some parameters, we define different category, but basically we focus on the last one, compound nucleus fusion. So what happens when this projectile fuse with the target? It will create a new nucleus. But this new nucleus is not stable, like our human nature. When we are very angry, we cannot stay in that state for longer period. Similarly, when the new nucleus will form, in the excited state, it cannot stay there for longer period. It will come down. And when it will come down, it will lose this excess energy through gamma ray emission or through particles. And experimentally, what we do, we catch these things. And when we catch, this is a typical example. When we catch this gamma ray, so this is a gamma ray spectrum, is the right upper one. And when we catch this particle, this is a particle spectra. We use different detectors, of course. And these are few reactions. Some examples only I'm showing that when one projectile will strike, it form a different nucleus. And different nucleus we are forming by, and we are catching these particles and gamma rays to confirm those nucleus. So basically what we are trying to measure is how much amount of that new nucleus has been formed, the formation probability. And this formation probability changes with energy. So it's okay, there is no problem. There are different theoretical models which predicts the formation probability, and it match also. But there are certain group of nuclei. When people try to measure this formation probability, they found that how much they should expect, they are getting more within certain range of energy, and within other range of energy they are getting less, and that is not satisfied by the theoretical predictions. So that's why people try to look on this, and our project is on this work, on this line. And basically what we are trying to do is that we are trying to add some more experimental results, because there are no theoretical models which explains this phenomena. That's called a breakup phenomena. So it's like the situation. I have a 10 nucleus, I have a 10 another target, 10 projectile, assuming one-to-one interaction. I assume 10 new nucleus. But people found that instead of 10, they got 50 or 100, which is surprising. Because that type of situation they don't want when they use a very super heavy nucleus in any type of practical application. So that's why people are working on this, and our work is also on the same way. And we are going to do experiments with medium mass nucleus. Typically, I will say one example like neodymium, because neodymium is a material which people use for the to make the superconductors. And in accelerators, there are many parts, including superconductors, and when the different nucleus will pass, they will heat. That's why that is we choose that one as a target. And in the all these experiments and measurements we do in different accelerators. These are few accelerators I'm showing here. There are many of them are in India. Like this is TIFR, this is IUC Delhi, then this is IUC Delhi, that is also in BCC Kolkata, and that is in Manipur. And this is another experimental setup. Sometimes the experimental setup is very complex, like 300, 400 detectors. So as many of our colleagues, they told that many times it happens that we lost many times only to check the connections, whether the connections are there, proper signal is coming or not. So, so we are doing all this because it is a lot of application. So there is no direct application, but there are some indirect application which is very important. Like these are the firm I have written down, like beam imaging, radioactive ion beam. Radioactive ion beam is a facility which are coming all over the world. And the problem they are facing here to image the beam, how we'll see the beam basically. There we can apply. And similarly, triggering unit for a complex detector system, let us say there are 600 detectors. And when there is a nucleus will form, so who one will start the give to start the signal? We don't know. So that's why to trigger this complex detection system, an electron generator, beam profile monitor, some night vision. So these are the different application we can do using whatever study we are doing, but not directly, indirectly. And some open problems which are related with the studies are also, anybody can work on this, like hadron therapy. We know that the chemotherapy people use for cancer treatment, which has many many side effects. So people are looking on hadron therapy. So this is one open area where people can think to work. Similarly, this muon imaging, nowadays what is the problem? There is that problem in the cargo scanners, because in the airport we can go for a small scanning, but if it is a like big shipyard, it's difficult to scan these big cargos. That's why people are trying to use muon through time of flight. This time of flight method we use in nuclear physics, but the same thing with certain modification we want to do in the application. Similarly, the food irradiation. Irradiation we do in nuclear physics to form the new nucleus, but in the food irradiation, we will preserve it for longer period, and also we can generate new mutation varieties of seeds which can be sustained for longer period, and many other applications. So similarly, the PET imaging, this many people knows that this is the doctor uses for to diagnose different type of problems which normally not can be detected by normal method. And so they are already there. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to use our idea, whatever we are using in nuclear physics, to improvise this through one method. And one of the simulation, I don't know whether it will work. We are just working in the last summer internship, this simulation done. So basically, this is just a study, just we are starting. And we started this this summer. And you see that there are two rings. The outer ring is detector, inner ring is a slice of a head. And the two lines, different colors, they are going to back. And when both will detected simultaneously, we'll get one signal in the right hand side. So this is basically generating one plane of our head. So to generate our 3D head, we need lot of planes. So this is just a starting one towards this where application of this time of flight, which we use normally in nuclear physics, in the PET we are trying to use. So here to get a nice picture, we need lot of gamma rays, means lot of events. And in this case, I think we have generated 2000 graphs, and 24 graphs are running per seconds in the background. That's why it looks like animation. Otherwise, there is graphs on it. Okay. Stop and next. So we see that there are a lot of applications. And all this application is not directly related to our to my work, but with a certain change or certain improvisation, or to do some certain rearrangements, or with a certain modification, we can use the techniques whatever we are using in the different places, in the different fields, in multidisciplinary areas. And these are the things which we discussed just now. And if anybody has any query, I can take it. But before I will say thank you, I must like to say this quote, because this was the famous mantra of Dr. Radhakrishnan, that karmanye vadhikariste maphaleshu kadachana ma karma phala hetur buddhe sangosta karma. So that means we know everyone. So thank you very much. Any queries or any question? I'll take.
So Dr. Prashant Ratha, thank you. Yes, you have query.
Yes, yes. So, okay. Yes, yes. So it's so yeah, everything is there. So that is the question what people trying to understand. That if I have input is less, how I will get in the more in the output. And there is model still now, there is no models which explain. So theoretical group are working on this, try to develop this model. But this result people found experimental. And there are also not large amount of experimental data, less amount of experimental data is there. That's why we are also trying to give more inputs to the theoretical models from experimental side. So our job is to give the pure experimental results to theoretical people so that they can develop models on the basis which can understand this phenomena. Everything is happening there. So energy conservation, momentum conservation, everything is happening, mass, charge, everything. But these are the observation fact. And it is not only one observation, there are many observation fact, the same things. So that's why people believed, and that's why till people are working now also. And this business started not now. This is started from 90s and still continuing because people don't know why it is happening. That's why we are continuing. Yeah, the special group of nucleus, not with all nucleus, only when we use a loosely bound nucleus like lithium 6, lithium 7, beryllium, all these are projectiles, then this happens. This happens, this phenomenon they can see. No, we will use purely no biological material, because all this experiment happens in the vacuum condition. And if we take any biological material, they will die, because the cell will die in the vacuum and there will be no air. So we don't use it. It is like normal. We take metal foils, we can take different elements, but no biological sample. Yes, for biological sample, this one application is there, that is the irradiation, food irradiation, to mutate the different seeds. And in that case, they will take the ion outside, not inside. Yes, yes, yes. Preservation is also one part. Yes, yes, correct. No, sir, because we don't have facility. But that's why I showed that since we don't have facility, so what are the open things we can do through simulations and through different. Yes, so collaborations are there with BRC, TIFR, and BCC, all these three places. Now in the TIFR, we are planning to do experiment TIFR. In a couple of months, we will get. Yes. Yes, yes. Oh, we have detectors as well as also these facilities. Institute of Physics have also accelerator, but this we cannot use for nuclear physics. We can use for simple surface irradiation. Yes, because the energy is very low. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant Ratha, for your presentation. Now we'll move to the next presenter, Dr. Ranjan Kumar Sahu, who is the winner of Distinguished Achiever Award. Dr. Ranjan Kumar Sahu has 12 years teaching and 10 years research experience in the field of biotechnology. He is currently working as Associate Professor and Head of Department Biotechnology, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Bhubaneswar campus. He has published 4 textbooks, more than 60 research publications in reputed Indian and foreign journals. His current Google Scholar citation is 2268, H-index 16, and I-10 index is 28. So I request Ranjan Kumar Sahu sir to present.
So respected dignitaries sitting up the dais, and my respected teachers, respected register madam and the director sir, my dear colleagues. So today I will present some of my work, which actually the development of a transgenic rice plant, which I have already continuing my work during my postdoctoral research work. It is basically based on the transgenic development of transgenic rice plant for abiotic and biotic stress tolerance. We are also focusing with better yield and productivity. Okay. So first of all, we have to know what is stress in plants. Generally, any external factor which adversely affect the stress, affect its productivity, affects its survival of the plant, affects its reproductive capacity, those are called stress. Stress are generally biotic and abiotic. Biotic generally caused by due to pathogens, and abiotic generally environmental stresses like heat, cold, drought, salinity, and any other factors. So stress tolerance means to overcome the stress. So these are categorically divided into abiotic and biotic stress. Basically, I am focusing on my research work on drought stress, salinity, and biotic in the pathogen. Actually, day by day, our world population is increasing. Now it's up to 2022 estimation, it is 7.8 billion. And it will be reach around 9 billion when 2050. So to our agricultural land also decreasing. So to feed such huge population, we have to reduce the stress, which generally reduces the productivity. So we have to focusing on that. So in this stress tolerance, we are working on the helicases. Actually, generally helicases are 2 types. One is RNA helicase and DNA helicases. These helicases basically basic function is to only to synthesis, splicing. This is repair, recombination. depending upon the helicases type. That means it may be RNA helicase, it may be DNA helicases. But the new role of helicase, that is stress tolerance. This is stress tolerance for RNA helicase. Also the new role, it is DNA helicases. We are focusing on that. Till date, no sir, functional validation is also there. No, actually the existing role are foreign transcriptomes, but new role is already functionally we have studied and we have already established the role. Till date, 115 helicases have been identified in rice. Among them, 73 are RNA helicases, 31 are DNA helicases, and 11 helicases yet to be characterized. So this on the role of helicases in abiotic stress, this research has been conducted by many research centers throughout the world. These are the different helicase genes, and these are the groups which are generally working. I am working with this group, that is Tuteja et al. So the role of helicases in biotic stress, there is no more work on that. Only Pandey in 2020, they have reported some of the in research papers that RNA helicase has some role in biotic stresses. Actually, we are focusing on the crop rice because half of the world population, they generally depend upon rice, and it is consumed, cultivated worldwide through 122 countries. So by this way, we have started our work. I have developed this protocol, and this is the improved protocol which was published in 2012 during my postdoctoral research work. This is the construct and this is the methodology, which generally it's working on that to get from the gene, to getting from the gene from A to H. That is the starting from the gene construct, though how to integrate a gene in the rice variety, and this is the final plants. This is the seed in callus stage. This is one of the stage of the through tissue culture. This is seeds after 25 days. This is callus selection media, subculturing. These are the process. And this is the generation, regeneration stage. And this is now plants are in soil. These are in the plants are in greenhouse. These are all transgenic plants. And whether actually these plants are really working with or showing its tolerance towards stress or not, we are checking this with this tank experiment. The first in the first slide, you can see the one aluminum tank is there. It's filled with salt water, sodium chloride water, and there are different rice lines which we have developed, and we have compared with wild type. Wild type means normal variety. Then this is the normal water condition, only water. The upper two slides are only water. The below two slides are, it is applied with 200 millimolar sodium chloride stress. So after 2 days, you can see the effect, some wilting of the rice leaves. Then this is after 5 days picture, this is 6 days, and then this is flowering stage. And after 12 days, all the other categories except the transgenic line survive, and they got the then flowerings are in there in the transgenic plants. So this news has been, that time it was published in Nature India News, that one salt tolerant role of plant gene discovered. Then we checked its role. Actually, the transgenic plants, they are affecting the environment or not, or is there any adverse effect to the microbial communities of the rhizosphere or not? We have checked it, but we did not get any type of adverse effect of our transgenic lines. That time the paper was published in Chemosphere. And we have also checked it in the pot experiment. That was in the only tank experiment. That means salt stress are in the liquid form. But in the soil, we directly applied this first pot is in the, this is normal plant, that is wild type plant, WT stands for wild type control plant. It is minus salt. That means no salt is applied to it. Next part is with wild type plants with salt. Then third one is our transgenic rice line with no salt and with transgenic rice lines with salt. So the wild type plant with salt, the plant died and also almost all disappeared. But the with salt, the transgenic plants, they are still alive and they are giving the flowers. And this at that time we have published this article, and this article was published as a cover image article in Plant Signaling and Behavior. Then our transgenic seeds, they have tested and certified by CSSRI Cornell Institute, Haryana. And as in India, we cannot test our transgenic seeds in field conditions. So we have sent to different countries like Bangladesh, USA, and also IRI New Delhi. They are some controlled environment to test those seeds. Also to NRRI Kotak. Now some of the genes like SUV3 and PDH45, the genes, one company, private company, Bijo Sital Private Limited, they have taken these seeds to develop the other transgenic crops. This that time my mentor, Professor Narendra Tuteja, here with my lab members at that time in ICGB New Delhi. And this is my research, another group with Professor B.C. Tripathi in School of Life Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And now this work is also going on. This month I published this paper in Antioxidants. This is marker-free rice plant, because previously we are working with associated with marker, and marker association is now difficult to just go for the field trial. But now it's marker-free. We have developed. I am still working with them, and this month I have published this paper. Now my new area of approach, that is this gene. For abiotic stress, it has already proved that this gene has been worked very nicely for abiotic stress tolerance. Now I am focusing on biotic stress tolerance. I am working to find its role against sheath blight disease. Actually, sheath blight disease, it's a fungal disease. It is caused by Rhizoctonia solani. And generally, it is reported that around 20 to 42% yield reduction occur in rice production due to this disease. And this is a common disease in our coastal zone of Odisha. So we have started our work. This is the rice gene construct which we have made, and we have taken here Picambia 1300 vector, the vector which is generally used for transformation to rice. We have already developed the rice plant, and this is our PCR confirmation. Now this is also Western blotting. We have confirmed that our transgenic plant has successfully integrated with our required gene. Now we have checked in laboratory condition, that is with controlled plant and also with the transgenic lines with artificial Rhizoctonia solani infection. So here we have this is the dark staining and also trypan blue staining to showing the cell death after the infection. But you can see the lines like AL4, AL7, AL8, AL11 and AL13. Here you can see there is a better condition than the wild type and vector control lines. So now I am working here also in Centurion field. I am working with this, and after 2-3 generation, I may get better result. Selected lines. Okay, so this much my work. Thank you very much. And now it's topic to be you can question. Okay, sir. No, salt water is not good, sir. Salt water is generally gives salinity stress to plant. So that's why here we are using salt water to give the stress in the laboratory condition and see whether what type of physiological changes they are occurring in plants. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjan sir. So we wish you all the best. I know all his PhD scholars are also working with him. But we have the Abdul Kalam awardee winner. Yes. So next, actually we have a break, but after this only. So we'll complete. We can have, but we are running 15-20 minutes late already. So, yeah. So next presenter will be winner of Abdul Kalam Chair Professor Award, that is Dr. Ramesh Chandra Mohanty. So Dr. R.C. Mohanty is currently working as full-time professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Bhubaneswar campus from 2010. He is member of Research Center for Computational Mathematics. He has a teaching experience of more than 15 years in UG, PG and doctoral courses. He did his BTech in Mechanical Engineering from Institution of Engineers, India in 1992, and his MTech is in Plastic Engineering from BPUT, Odisha in 2005. Subsequently, he did his PhD in Mechanical Engineering from NIT Rourkela in 2010. He has qualified GATE thrice in 2003, 2004, and 2006, and has received UGC scholarship in MTech and PhD. His research involves both computational and experimental approaches in structural dynamics, alternate fuels, renewable energy, and biomechanics. He has over 100 publications in various national, international journals and conferences, including 10 SCIE papers with average impact factor 3.3. He has published 3 patents, 1 AICTE translated book, 1 edited book, and 6 book chapters. He has supervised 6 PhD scholars, with 4 more pursuing an MTech, 8 MTech scholars. He is the life member of ISTE, ISSE, IAENG, Mining, Minerals, Metals and Material Society of India, and IEEE. He has received CSR Faculty Excellence Award 2017, Best Faculty Award 2019, Distinguished Researcher Award 2020, Pride of India Award 2022, Best Researcher Award 2022, and Research Excellence Award 2022 for his contribution in teaching, research, and patent. Sir, please start your presentation.
So, have a good afternoon to all, and respected all dignitaries on the dais and my faculty colleagues. So, I am the last speaker. So, definitely what Professor Padhi says, now the audience is now feel drowsing. So, I shall try my level best to prove Professor Padhi wrong. This is my intention here. Exactly here, this is the paper I have submitted in the month of June 2022. This is one my scholar is Rajesh Kumar Mohanty. He is an interdisciplinary scholar, not engineering scholar. His basically background is MSc in orthotics and prosthetics. And he is working now SB Niratar, Oltupur, Cuttack. And I am his principal guide, and co-guide is from KIT University. And this is submitted to a Springle journal having impact factor 7.099. Of course, at 20. Also, we have published one more paper also in this journal. And this already the preprint already available in the internet by Research Square. It is already available. So this work basically the design of a prosthetic knee joint. Those people have lost the leg above the knee. So they are replaced by a artificial limb, and for which a knee joint is needed. And of course, there are so many knee joints available, but not indigenously they are designed, and the cost is very high also, and is not affordable to the general people of India, general citizen of India. That's why also very few artificial knee joint has been designed and developed, but unfortunately they are not satisfying the ISO standard. So our effort is how to make a new design indigenously satisfying the ISO standard. This is the novelty of our work. And you see, I am showing here a knee joint. This is the knee joint. Here it is put it here. And this is already used now in India, whose cost is around 10 to 12,000 only. But we have now redesigned with a better strength and with a better mobility, which is a cost around 5,000, 4,900. But a lot of advantages there. Sir, this is actually, these links are aluminum alloys. This is the mild steel material. But we have now changed the material also, because now the weight of this component is around 532 gram, this way. And our component has come now 499. That means we have saved around 33 gram saving in weight. No, sir, this is not carbon fiber. This is aluminum alloy, this links are. And this is, sir, our mild steel, stainless steel like that. But we have changed our material, strength is more, but it is lighter, that is aluminum 7075. That we have to do. Sir. And sir, our work basically, three types of analysis we have done. One is the experimental analysis. We have done simulation. Also, we have done clinical analysis also, clinical test also. So, sir, this is a damaged one. Actually, it should be freely moved. Now it is a damaged one. Sir, one link is broken. Sir, one link is broken there. One link is broken there. So this is the pulsating knee. And these are the different parts of this existing. Actually, our research is we started with the existing knee joint. The existing knee joint is started with. And we experimentally and through simulation and also by clinical test also, we verified what are the possible failures are there. And there are different main components of this. And this is your different types of possible failures occur. Hardly this existing joint last only hardly 1 to 2 years or maximum 3 years only, not beyond that. So a lot of failure is happening there. And we have seen that basically the front link is, I think is failure is that this front link. This is the front link, this is the back link, this front link undergoes more failure. Also, some lower adapter, you see, this is the lower adapter. The lower adapter also failure also happens. So a lot of different types of failure also happens. It is observed in the clinical test. So basically, this existing joint Of course, it is cheap in the Indian context. Hardly it cost is 10 to 12,000. And but the main difficulty is this does not satisfy the ISO standard. It cost a total product, sir. Cost a total product. And is a batch production. Yeah. It's by not only there, the 4 NI, the national institutes are there in India. One is Nirtar, I think Oltapur Kotak, second is Kolkata, third is Delhi, and one is Chennai. So it is available there. Even also that is some government scheme is there. It is also to some BPL people, I think it is also freely, it is available also. So that's our main concern is how to satisfy the ISO standard. So that we want to make new design. So this is the main objective. That means we have to how to replace this existing design by a new design by changing the material, by changing the design parameters, how to get the better results. So how to be more acceptable. So basically, I want to say that this research basically a part of action research. This is not a part of your fundamental research, what we are doing, basically action research. And of course, my work is on this work is technical work, technical analysis or simulation and experimental or clinical. But in this paper only, I have discussed only our clinical part and also simulation part only. And for the simulation part is the left side. Actually, this existing design, what we have taken, we have dismantled it. We have dismantled there. Dismantle. There were dismantled. And each component, the dimension has been measured by coordinate measuring machine. And this experiment, this facility is in our PKD campus. My scholar has gone to there and he has made the different dimensions of the component. Then what we did, then we make the 2D sketch after getting the dimension. Then in the CATIA V5, we made a digital model. And after making the digital model, then we simulated it. We imported the digital model into the ANSYS workbench. Then we did the meshing. Then we applied the related material properties because it has different components, different material properties. We incorporate that. And then we applied the load condition, boundary condition. Then we did the, I think, your grid invent test also. After doing everything, we are getting the results. And we have done the static analysis, also fatigue analysis. Basically, this component is subject to cyclic loading. So it is more susceptible for fatigue. Highly it fails by static loading, but it is very susceptible for fatigue loading. And this is this flow diagram says that the left side is the flow process for the existing design, and the right side is the flow process for our modified design, our design. And this is your ISO standard 10328 ISO standard. We have strictly followed that for the static and the cyclic loading. And this is the clinical part, sir. So this experiment has been done in the SB Nirtar Oltapur Kotak. And here there are so many stances of the patient. Patient means here is called subject. And basically we have taken two extreme stance. One is this stance is your, this is your first stance, this is a heel stance. And when the heel of the foot is here, I think you more pressure is transferred to here, that is the heel stance. And other is the toe stance. This is. So we have taken extreme two load conditions, two extreme load conditions. And as per the ISO standard, for static loading, that pressure exerted from the ground on the foot, it is 4130 Newton for the static test, and for 1230 Newton for fatigue test. What, sir? Now, sir, body weight generally, if we take the average man of a body is say 70 or 60 to 70 kg, which is equivalent to I think is 600 to 700 Newton. This is the standard body weight. Sir, I used to say that we have to design the component to sustain that load. That means the factor of safety is more or less, sir, say average person weight is hardly how much, sir? 700 Newton. 5 times. This is some factor of safety is there. And this is specified by ISO standard. And this is the load condition one. So load condition one means when the first one, that is the heel strike. And load condition two means it is your toe strike. I think the fourth figure. These two extreme conditions we have taken. And we have not considered in between what is the effect. We have not considered these extreme conditions we have considered. And these are the, already I have shown it. And this is some material composition we have defined. Because what is the exact material of the component, existing design, that we have made some extra test in our laboratory in the Bhubaneswar campus. Also, we have calculated the Rockwell harness test. This is also in our campus. And this is some experiment, XRF company experiments to know the material composition. And this is the harness test. And by knowing this, these are the properties of the different components of this existing design. And from these properties, then we identify it is the which, the component is which alloy, which material, and which grade also. We have calculated that. Then these are the material properties. Then come to technical part 3. It is our, it is not playing here. It is not playing here. Actually, first we made the kinematic analysis in the CATIA. In the digital mockup, we first see that whether these the components are freely moving or not. So we have verified that this is then we verified in the ANSYS 2021 release 1. Then after this, we get that the motion in the joint, I think there is no interference is there. It is finely rotating. These are the FE meshing. So statics test and the fatigue test. And basically tetrahedral mesh is taken. And this is we have got. So rubbing noise, actually it is freely, actually it is moving, it is freely moving. Yeah. And boost, sorry, boost is there, inside boost is there, everything is there. Then, sorry, initially when the joint is inserted here, there is boost is there, with boost some light lubricant may be used initially. But once it is fitted, then every either as described by the doctor, maybe 1 year or 2 years, you have to again dismantle, you have to put it here. You can remove it also, sir. You can remove it also. That is a simply fitting is there. Then this is a mesh independent test, basically generally done for any simulation work. And finally, we see that the convergence arrived at the number of elements 6,21,000 elements. And this is the static loading is there. This is for the existing design, and we saw that 602 megapascal is the highest stress developed. And this is your the new design 568. We see that the stress level is less. That's why we can say that our permissive stress is giving the very good result in case of a new design also. And this is a cyclic load, and cyclic load more or less I think both components give the same result. And this is the deformation produced, and the fatigue life also, and the fatigue life, sir, it is 5.91 to the power 10 to the power 6 fatigue life. But by ISO standard, it says that the fatigue life should be 3 into 10 to the power 6 number of cycles. But our design comes at 5.91 10 to the power 6. Then this is the validation of our simulation result with some established literature. And we saw that our result is more or less, I think, giving the results with the other researchers also. And this is the clinical part. And this is the clinical part. And this is the motion analysis there. And clinical test is there. These are the some, I think, your clinical ethics. So we have to follow while doing the clinical study. A lot of ethics are there. So we have to strictly, as per the ISO standards, so we have to follow each and every item. Yeah, 25 to 45 age, sir. Yeah. And from that also.
Sir, I have one fundamental question.
Yeah, yeah.
When you try to replace, why do you go with metallic material? Why not carbon or composite and do all this?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
See, the weight reduction, you said 30 kg and this is 25 kg, 30 kg difference, right? I want to reduce what?
No, sir, grams, sir. The existing design is grams, sir.
Yeah, but that is nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you can reduce by half the thing, because of the material.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think you don't leave it now. Take a look at carbon, Kevlar, whatever it is, material, which can reduce the weight significantly. Then you are really significant.
You will be lending, they take a lot of work. Lending now is all the legs. They come from
And that will be our, sir, future scope of work.
Machine and done.
Yeah, yeah.
Cast and plastic people, fiberglass, composite people.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there anything in composite area for this?
No, sir, we are not only metal, sir. Only metal.
Also, when the aircraft land, they see the aircraft landing here. They come and there's a lot of well, they put it already, you have to get it certified for Sudhar.
Actually, some clinical videos are there, but not it is opening here. I don't know why. And these are reports from the clinical analysis. Yeah. Actually, in my system, it is my laptop system, it is working. I don't know. I have put everything in my one folder. Actually, the folder is loaded here. I don't know why it is not running. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And these are the main findings from this.
Full screen, you reduce it. Then take it. That's what.
So please.
Now you go to the slide.
Go to the folder. The first one, do it. This is the successfully kinematically it is working. Then next. Next figure. There on the leg, you see. With the gait analysis.
ସେ ground reaction force କୁ zoom କଲୁନି ଆଥର କରିଦିଅ ସେ zoom କରିବି
So this is the from the finding from this clinical analysis, you see that I think the existing design is somewhat, I think, good for the static loading, but it is very poor in the fatigue loading. But I think when man walks so frequently, I think it is subject to cyclic or fatigue load. So it should to resist the fatigue loading. But this existing design is very poor in fatigue design. And that new design, I think now is somewhat, it can very smoothly can resist the fatigue loading also. That is our new design. So next. So there is those suggestions for improvement and design new model. This is about new model. So these are the front joint bars. Basically it fails frequently. So it is more and here. What we have done, the probable solution in our new design is we have a conversion of V thread into V head full thread to square half thread. The TVA screw. Basically in the existing design is the TVA screw. That was in there it is a V thread. So this is most susceptible to, I think, your stress concentration. And it is completely from root to end. V thread is there. But what we have done, I mean, a half square thread we have taken it. Why it is half? Means the thickness portion of the link, we have not any thread is there. And we have made it a half square thread. And also forward link, it was aluminum alloy in the existing design. And we have changed to stainless steel also. Then this is your another the linkages means this is your front link, back link, all the things are there. And the difficulty in dismantle of the backward link for analysis, both sides screwing in the same direction, that is a very difficult in the existing design, and that have been overcome by our new design. Means one screw should be either right hand screw or there is a left hand screw. But in the previous design, it is either both are right-handed or both are left-handed. And also, bush is used, I think, inside the at the TVA screw. And there plastic bush was there. And we have changed to stainless steel bush there, so that wear and tear is less. Then lower adapter, frequently, this is the lower adapter connected to this pylon tube. And there is a frequent failure is there. So that failure breakage in pylon receiving adapter, what we have done, half channel adapter can have spring effect, which can reduce the chances of failure. So here we have taken it to half channel. This is got here, so spring effect will be there. So that impact load on there, it is very less chance to break there. Then back joint assembly. Back joint assembly. So this is your back joint. This is your back joint. This is the front joint. So this back joint assembly, we have changed it. And this is your core overall strength, material properties of joint. And the solution is we have incorporated the high strength lighter material aluminum 7075, which is lighter and having yield stress values more. Young's modulus value is more. Strength is more, but it is lighter. So this is the existing new model. What we are seeing here, this is the existing new model is here. And this is the modified or proposed design. This is the existing one. This is the modified one by ours. So this is the front joint bar. So this is the front joint bar. This is the existing design. These are the shape like this. And now we have changed to this. So change to gentle, I think, double cork. And we have reduced thickness also. And we have incorporated multiple holes there. And we have changed the material. This alloy alloyed aluminum alloy to or aluminum 7075. Similarly, back joint assembly, the left side is your existing design, the right side is our modified design. And here, so here the curvature is, we have made it less. There is curvature is very high. So there may be chance of stress concentration there, but it is less chance is there. And also some, we understand more material is there. So we have removed it out in the shape of a elliptical hole. Then the knee joint unity upper. And this also, we have made some modification there. Also shape is slightly different also. Then the lower portion of this existing design, this is the left side, the existing one, right side, the modified one. And these are the summarized, this is a table, what we are discussing here, what I'm showing here. So I have summarized here. So what is the existing design, what we have done, incorporated a new thing in our modified design. Already everything is already here. And these are some, our modified knee joint. These are the properties. And these are the kinetic design analysis of our modified joint. And we have strictly checked whether it is satisfying the Grasshopp's rule or not. It is satisfying. It is a double rocker mechanism. Actually, this is a 4-bar mechanism. And it has satisfied the Grasshopp's law. And this is our kinematic analysis also satisfied. I have shown in the video also. And this is your meshing and grid limit test already are done for our new design. And these are the different stresses, static stress test we have done. And in every test we saw that I think the stress is under permissible. It is well within the our yield stress. So this is our comparison of our weight, and already you have each and every component we have calculated for the existing and or the new one, and we found that 532 gram the old design the weight is there, but we are getting 499. So that means in the process, in terms of weight, we are getting 32 gram, 33 gram saving in weight, but strength also more. And this is your cost analysis. For cost analysis, so these are the different products, and the different costs are there. And this is your our new design cost is there, cost of modified knee prosthesis, which is 4,900 rupees INR is there. And this is the some technical advantages of this new design. Cost is higher, sir. It is only if you go for batch production. Yeah.
But your cost of manufacturing itself is 4,900. The selling price will be even more.
Yeah. I said this right one is this existing facility is 2678. Actually, this will hardly last for 1 to 2 years only. But our new design, we have calculated that the life of this component is minimum 10 years. Minimum 10 years. This is the life. No, actual price, sir. It's not subsidized. Not subsidized.
Then you don't show like this. You show for 5 years.
Yeah.
How many times replacement plant and cost for this? Somehow you want to put that, yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, like, yeah. I understand. Very good.
Yeah.
Management faculty is waiting there.
Okay, these are the conclusion. I think more or less we have discussed that. And the future scope, actually a lot of work I think for future scope it is there, I mentioned. And these are some publications in conferences, and this is our publications in, I think, a journal. I think this work has produced 3 ACI journals, 2 Scopus journal also. And also 1 patent also in the 22 also. This is the patent. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mahanti sir. Yes.
Similar metal. Huh. Now we can go for sir lighter metal. So Almin. No, is different, sir. Different.
Can it not be possible to take that as a model?
Yeah. That may be a future scope, sir. Sir, I have put in the future scope also. Yes, sir.
So thank you, sir. Now we will move to the, I hand over the mic to Svetlana madam. She will proceed it.
Thank you, Madam. I request Honorable Provost to present the concluding remarks of this event. So please.
Well, beginning and end. So I think all of you are here. Good to see that. But I don't know how many of you really came back after seeing my Slack message. So this is a little bit kind of odd to see that. And then the sense is, see, the purposefully do. I'll start with a little disappointment. Then we'll talk about the positive things anyway. The disappointment is I did not see too much of enthusiastic participation after lunch hour. And that is, and these people disconnected also. Other people, other campus and all are simply not there. And this is probably not a good show. Good. You can tell me the statistics later, but what is the live participation? And we are doing live for the first time, probably after a long time. So morning session was well attended, probably. So that is very enthusiastic like that. But as the time goes, the law of diminishing, whatever you can say. Okay. So the question is not about that. Question is about enjoying each other's work, each other's success, basically, right? It is not about either I'll win the award or otherwise I'm not there. It's not that way. So let us participate each other, participate in a full way, good way, and then try to enjoy the success of each other, right? See, you might have heard about these presentations before also, because there are several forums and other things there. So this, even then, either you talk about something differently, then suggest you some things like that. So I was slightly disappointed about the participation in the afternoon hours, especially. So having said that, I think all of you actually had a good interactive session, and now comes to the positive part of it. In fact, we had a lot of enthusiastic presentations, especially the presentations were so carefully prepared. We are very happy about that. And in fact, a little surprised, googly so they put the bowlers and then left off spin, leg spin, all that there. It was unannounced basically. So in unannounced in the sense, the chief guest felt that one of the presentation deserves a best presentation award. And I also personally feel that one of the presentation kind of deserves another best presentation award. And fortunately, I will not say unfortunately, fortunately, our opinions do not match. In other words, both of you will be the winners. Okay. All right. Right. So we'll facilitate whatever award is there. We'll talk about that, but I will actually facilitate it. Just a token amount of 1,000 rupees each probably. So we'll talk about that. It's unannounced, remember that, but that is also tell you what to come next year. Okay, so there will be several things unannounced like that, basically. Now, who can you guess who is the award? Who gave the best presentation? Especially the presentation people. Any self-expectation? No. Self-expectation. Who thought that he gave a very passionate, enthusiastic presentation? No, all are very polite people actually. Well, everybody thought about that. So, okay, no, I'm asking that is because there is already Two confusion here. I don't want one more confusion. All right. But all of you did a wonderful job. It's not that you have to select one or two that way, but a lot of people actually did wonderful job. Some of you could have improved a little bit because this is not about, literature survey, things like that is little bit aside. And also take a kind of point next time onwards that we like to see a little bit holistic presentation, not about selecting a work and then talk about a work. Right? It is what is your larger field, what is the type of impact that you are having. Combine a couple of papers together, probably combine a couple of presentations and give a larger overview. Remember, it is now we are not very specific to your field. That means if you really talk in a very overview sense, then only can work. And then if you really want to tell a good story, remember the thumb rule is 1:2. That means 15 minutes time available, 1 or 2 minutes will go for introduction and things like that. Then whatever left out is whatever left out. You can talk at the maximum 1:5 actually, 1:1.5. So that means more than 10 slides if you have got, then you are struggling. Right? More than 10 slides if you have come prepared, then you are struggling basically. And so that is why those people who planned little well would have done much, much better. 7-8 slides are ideal, but suppose you need a little more. About 15 minutes presentation. I'm talking 30 minutes is double of that basically probably. Okay, so that way. Just take some of these presentation skills. I think Professor Sundarajan has spent days for that basically. How to write papers, how to write presentation, how to write gives things and things like that. There are plenty of tutorial material available in YouTube as well. So plan it a little more next time maybe. Having said that, it is time to kind of say thanks for everyone. The university management is extremely cooperative. They have zero interference. I mean, I really respect so much on that actually. The management, top management people have absolutely zero interference here. So never ever think that there is any bias factor here from them, for their side at least. So there is again, let me repeat what I told in the morning. There are completely fair selection here as far as we are concerned. If you still have some feedback or some disagreement, you are more than welcome to talk to us basically. That's not a problem. And well, it's time to announce the awards. The very first one that we selected is Dr. Santosh Kumar Satpathy. Best Presentation Award. Okay. So you continue your enthusiastic work. There is nothing like to give an award here. It will be given to you later probably. Just to kind of, okay. Not that others people did not work. You did very enthusiastically presented your work. So even though your slides are very long and then whatever it is, but we certainly like the enthusiasm that you're putting there. So continue your work. I will make sure that you are not an RC coordinator. So that you will continue your good work for some more years. Okay. And then we'll come back to RC coordinator, other things later. Okay. But that is because we want you to do this kind of work further, basically, not to get distracted further and things like that. Okay? Continue, become like an RC coordinator, motivate more people, collect your group, do a good group activity, all that is fine. But admin work and all, I will like to kind of take it later, basically, not now. The second person that we selected is the very first presentation, Dr. Satyavrata Nanda. Where is he? He's not there? He's not even there. Award winner himself is not there. See, what embarrassing is that? Satyavrata Nanda is there anywhere? Whatever, just no, that's okay. We don't have to call him. But anyway, so that is what, as far as I am concerned, probably he managed the time extremely well, and he exactly knew the pulse of the event. In other words, how to present, what to present in this event, basically. So when you come prepared for that particular event and that particular audience. That was the message, basically. So he's also doing pretty well, and then hopefully he'll carry further. And both of them happen to one from Bhubaneswar campus, right? One from Parlakamdi campus. So happens to be fair, right? The competition. All rest of the people also did well, some of them, but we don't have to kind of select each and every one of you. Otherwise, it'll lose its meaning, basically, right? That way. All right. So again, thank you all. Thank to all of you with so much of patience and all that. And probably if you don't like the afternoon sessions, then we'll do it some differently next year onwards. Okay. So these are all feedbacks that we are collecting, basically. All right, so I will not take too much of time. I think we had a wonderful trip, and then we are still available. Both of us are available tomorrow as well. So any of you want to kind of have some interaction, not with me, either with me or with the chief guest, both are available. And he himself will like to visit some of the facilities here. So you can actually take, those of you are from here, can take him to show your work in your lab or whatever it is. So those kind of opportunities are possible. So once again, thanks a lot for cooperation. This series will continue for a few more years. Those who could not apply or could not win, again, try for one more time. Let us see how many years we can sustain, basically. Thanks a lot for everything. But again, having said that, there is again one more googly out here. Okay, right. Is there? Culture also, right? Something. So this is the day of time of the day. Basically, after the break or before the break? Now? See? So this is where probably a lot of people came because they knew that is coming up. Not that. All right. So there is a cultural also looks like after this. So let us enjoy a little bit here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request Director Professor Jagannath Pani sir to felicitate Honorable Provost on this occasion. Give it. Thank you, sir. Before we proceed to end the occasion, we have some student performers who are going to perform on the stage. Over to you.
Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Deva Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha.
It means Guru is verily the representative of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. He creates, sustains knowledge, and destroys the weeds of ignorance. How can we miss this slok on this auspicious day? Where I, Anupriya, with my co-host
Samiksha,
take immense pleasure on behalf of all the faculties and all our coordinator members and students to welcome our stars of the day, our dear teachers. A very good morning to one and all our beloved teachers present over here. As Joyce Meyer rightly quoted, teachers can change life with just the right mix of chalk and challenges. Here we are to celebrate our gratitude towards our beloved teachers, to cherish the perfect blend of chalk and challenges, who portrays the best part in students' life.
A very warm good evening to one and all present here. On behalf of whole Centurion University of Technology and Management, I, Samiksha Bhaya, heartily welcomes you all our expected faculties. Just like every year, this year also, we have gathered here to celebrate Teachers' Day. Every year, the 5th of September is celebrated as Teachers' Day in India, commemorating the birth anniversary of Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan. He was a staunch believer of education and was the well-known diplomat, scholar, President of India, and above all, a teacher. As Dr. Abdul Kalam said, I believe there is no other profession in the world that is more important to society than that of a teacher. Students across the country celebrated this day to pay respect and thank the teacher. They spearhead change by shaping and building students' personality and make them ideal citizens of the country. As one looks to the great impact of the growth, development, and well-being of the students and nation, one must agree that teaching is a noble profession. There is a saying that teachers are greater than the parents. Parents give birth to child, whereas teachers with that child professionality and provide a bright future. Apart from academics, teachers stand by us at every step to guide, motivate, and inspire to become better human. They are the source of knowledge and wisdom. From them leads the ideas and thoughts that one day each one of us will used to provide back into the society. Therefore, it is our utmost duty to convey our wishes to teachers today in recognition of their uttered efforts. Let us take time to pay honor and admire all their contribution in evaluating us. Thank you, teachers, for all your invaluable efforts and guidance.
Proceeding ahead, dance teaches not only to slay, but self-discipline, self-respect, responsibility, and determination, the values that people keep with them forever. So, what would be the better combination other than dance for making the event more special? So, let's call upon Astha and Subhalakshmi with their moves.
हे गणराय तेरे बिना में आदि स्तुताय कहाँ चला मैं आकार लेने लगा ख्वाब मेरा साकार होते रुका ख्वाब मेरा मेरे अधूरे पारिया सनी रात कर दे तू पूरे आज सानी दा पानी दा पमग सब बदली
हवा के झोंके आज मौसमों से रूठ गए, गुलों की शोखियां जो भंवरे आके लूट गए। बदल रही है आज जिंदगी की चाल जरा, इसी बहाने क्यों न मैं भी दिल का हाल जरा सवार लूं, सवार लूं, सवार लूं, हाय सवार लूं।
ये नरम नरम नशा है बढ़ता जाए, कोई प्यार से घुंघटिया देता उठाए। अब बावरा हुआ मन जग हो गया है रोशन, ये नई नई सुहागन हो गई है तेरी दोगन, कोई प्रेम की पुजारन मंदिर सजाए। सैया हीरे मोती मैं ना चाहूं, मैं
Thank you.
Hello.
When I was a kid, I used to by heart all my rhymes by humming or singing all day. It was pretty easy to memorize it. Having this logic, I would like to request our music club members to make this day more memorable one.
मुझको बता तू रहता कहाँ क्या तेरा पता हम तो यहाँ पे मुसाफिर हैं जो ढूंढे अपनी मंजिल का पता ऐ खुदा मुझको बता तू रहता कहाँ क्या तेरा पता हम तो यहाँ पे मुसाफिर हैं जो ढूंढे अपनी मंजिल का पता जान जाती है, तन्हाइयों में रहता हूँ, खुद से ही अक्सर ये कहता हूँ, क्यों तुझे छोड़ा, क्यों तुझे छोड़ा, क्यों अब भी मेरा दिल को इंतजार, क्यों चिढ़ाती है, क्यों तड़पाती है, क्यों अपनी मैं यूं बेकरार। ऐ खुदा मुझको बता, तू रहता कहाँ, क्या तेरा पता, हम तो यहाँ पे मुसाफिर हैं, जो ढूंढे अपनी मंजिल का पता। साथ तेरे हैं, ढूंढ तुम तेरी गली, मुझको घर मिला, आबदाना हाथ तेरे हैं, ढूंढ तेरा खुदा, मुझको रब मिला, तू जो मिला तो हो गया मैं काबिल, तू जो मिला तो हो गया सब हासिल, मुश्किल सही आशा हुई मंजिल, जाना तेरा मान जाना मेरा, ढूंढ तेरी हंसी मिल गई खुशी, में तेरी रूह है तूने, तेरे निशान मिल गई खुशी, तू जो मिला तो हो गया मैं काबिल, तू जो मिला तो हो गया सब हासिल, मुश्किल सही आशा हुई मंजिल, क्योंकि तुम जितने भी रब है तेरा, तुझ में ही सब है, रहता क्या तेरा पता, हम तो यहाँ पे सब है अपनी मंजिल का पता, बता जितने भी रब है तेरा, तुझ में ही सब है। Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for your overwhelming performance.
What an exciting performance. Thank you all. I hope everyone has savored each moment of this event to the fullest. We sincerely wish to meet you next time with renewed vigor and interest. Thank you all so much for being with us on this event. I request respected Registrar Ma'am to present the vote of thanks of this event.
So thank you all for today's event. I would like to first of all give thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Sundarajan, and our provost for announcing these awards and being throughout from application till today's completion for this event. Every year he does that. Thank you all the awardees who have come here from other campuses and this Bhubaneswar campus, and they have made a wonderful presentation. We were excited to look at the presentation. Thank you so much for your patience and all. And I would like to thank all the faculty and students who have joined us online, who have been watching, and what I know is more than 800 views have come from the YouTube when it was going live. And at any point of time, on an average, 15 to 20 people were watching the live show. Thank you all. Thank you to the admin staff, support staff, MRC and the room management team here. Excellent support for the whole day. You have been standing. We were sitting, but you were standing the whole day. Thank you so much for all your support. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Vice President Sir for his online inaugural address, and President and Vice President Madam for all their support throughout to have these kind of events and encourage faculty and staff. Special thanks to Svetalina Madam, R.C. Mohanty Sir, who had been actually given the charge to coordinate this program. I know that last 3-4 days he has been very busy thinking how this program will go and how he takes his job very seriously, I have seen. So he had been on the job. Thank you, sir. And thank you to all the student cultural coordinators, performers, and all the CSR team, faculty, staff, and students who have made a lively evening today. And thank all of you now. We close it here for all your patience whole day. Thank you so much. So we'll go for tea here, just beside. Thank you all. Yeah, high tea is served outside. Please come.